told me they're going to be making over $5 to $10 million on this deal. So you hear about these stories about a number of people who have been working at this company for many years, and now they have these shares. They're excited to see where that opening trade is. Again, the latest indication we have is 158. We'll keep you up to date.
Okay, thank you, Seema. Seema Modi with the update from the NASDAQ. A lot of millionaires being created today. Chris Kemp is still with us, former CTO of NASA, as we talk about the space ambitions, which are so key to the growth story. I think that isn't a critical question for the future of Starship, Chris, whether SpaceX can make it fully reusable and fly it frequently?
Well, I think there's two ways to bring costs down. You can make the world's largest rocket and reuse it as much as possible. You can also just really like a rocket fab. You can make a lot of rockets like soda cans, you know. And I think, but you know, in the middle, it's very hard. If you have a really big rocket that's not reusable, you're going to find it very expensive to operate that system. And that's where a lot of governments, United States government, European governments, they have very expensive but not reusable rockets. And so I think there's a lot of companies trying to work on both ends of that spectrum.
Yeah.
You know, it's exciting times to be innovating in this area.
How close is SpaceX to doing that with Starship?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at they're a 23-year-old company. You know, you look at the time that it takes to develop a new orbital system, it's about 10 years to get it into real operations. They've done over 700 launches. I think the second peer has done an order of magnitude less. Rocket Lab's done over 70. We've done 2 successfully. Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin has done 2 successfully, and there's a Firefly, which is another publicly traded company, has done 3, I believe, successfully. So, you know, there's a big gap between number 1, number 2, number 3. There's an order of magnitude, effectively, gap. So it is very hard. This is a very difficult business. Starships are really evolving quickly. They've been testing and developing and getting that close. So I'm very optimistic that Starship will be operational very soon, and that'll be another step function change in the economics of space access.
So, I mean, Elon Musk, when he was about to open the market here, said earlier from Texas that he wants to take everybody to Mars if they want to go to Mars or the moon or beyond. I mean, how close is that vision to becoming a reality where we really could see a commercial business developed around people who just want to go to Mars?
Well, I mean, I think what you need to do as SpaceX started delivering cargo to the space station to get started before they put people on the Dragon capsule and Falcon 9. And I think the first applications of space will be communications systems like Starlink. You know, I believe that Starlink, in a lot of ways is like AOL. You know, it's a network owned entirely by SpaceX. But I'm pretty excited about every sovereign nation operating their own satellites and those satellites connecting with each other and effectively putting the internet in space. And I think there's an opportunity for a huge amount of investment. If every telecommunications company on Earth begins to invest in infrastructure in space, and then data centers, I think that's the other big one. And so that will allow the access and the frequency of space access to increase. And then the next thing that will happen is more people will be able to more affordably go to space, and we'll build more permanent infrastructure on the moon, probably initially. And then the moon is a great place because it's relatively close compared to Mars. So I think the first thing you'll start to see after we see a very successful IPO here, a very successful space economy start to grow, we'll start to see a lot of infrastructure in space, and then we'll start to see the moon become a place where there's a permanent human presence, and then that'll lead to Mars. So I think we've probably got 10 to 20 years here before we're able to do anything substantial outside of Earth.
It's going to get really interesting, of course. I love the soda can thing. And then I'm sure in the weeks and months to come, we'll talk about who owns the moon and all of the regulation that goes around that. Chris, appreciate you helping us understand the story on an important day. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, still ahead, early SpaceX investor Gavin Baker will join us as we await today's historic IPO. He first made a bet on the company back in 2015 at Fidelity. Now his firm holds a major stake.
Elon Musk may become the world's first trillionaire today, although we'll see where this opens up as we get indications that have come down from the low 170s earlier this morning. We're going to break down the key levels to watch for him as he tries or approaches trillionaire status. We're back in just a moment.
into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Thanks so much. Thanks. This has been great. Changing the strategy makes a lot of sense.
Doors.
Keep an eye out for the invitation. Can't wait to see it.
Bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth.
Architect left the plans in the back if you want to take a look.
She's so ready to take over.
For retirement and everything else you're looking to build.
We'll get there.
Your Fidelity advisor can help your legacy last for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed. Talk to a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. That's actually an elaboration on point 2, but it counts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. 6, you can bring your own phone if you want. 7, also your number. Bring that too. 8, are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, is this my commercial?
June 23rd through the 26th.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
What should we order?
Pizza, tacos, gochujang chicken.
Phone race for the order tonight. Why can't we have...
Wonder lets you combine 20 restaurants in one order?
Order it all!
Food without the fight.
To sacrifice your well-being for your workplace. That was the idea behind the original Veridesk, and it transformed offices all around the world. It proved that when you sit, stand, and move more, you can work happier and healthier. So whether you're furnishing a whole office or outfitting your home office, Very has everything you need. Our best sellers are on sale at Very.com.
Welcome back. There is a live shot of the NASDAQ. We are getting closer to this historic SpaceX IPO, indicated right now to open around $155. Remember, priced at $135 a share. Waiting for the opening bid. We're told it's close here on the opening price. This is the largest IPO in history, perhaps the most watched as well. Elon Musk set to become the world's first trillionaire today as we await the opening price here, as the opening stock trade. Robert Frank taking a look at the key share price levels we should be watching for both SpaceX and Tesla, Robert, to get to the trillionaire status.
Yes, Sarah, we are getting close, and by the end of trading today, Elon Musk will likely become the world's first trillionaire. It all depends on SpaceX shares staying above $139 a share when they close. So let's break down the math. Now, his Tesla stake at today's current price is worth about $280 billion. Now, on SpaceX, the S-1 filing lists him with 6.4 billion shares. But that includes about 1.3 billion shares that he votes but won't actually vest until he colonizes Mars or reaches a 1 trillion terawatts of compute. Now, since they are not vested, I am not going to count them as own shares or part of his net worth. So, at an IPO price of $135 a share, his SpaceX stake would be worth $688 billion. That would bring SpaceX and Tesla combined to $970 billion. You add in Neuralink and Boring and his other assets, probably about another $10 billion, which puts him right now at $980 billion, just shy of that trillionaire mark. Now, bottom line, SpaceX shares need to close above $139 a share for Musk to become the first person in the world to receive 4 commas in his net worth. Now, for more on the millionaires and billionaires being created by the SpaceX IPO and how they're investing and spending their new fortunes, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. Guys.
Robert, thanks. Talk soon. Robert Frank. As we get closer to this first trade, let's get back to Seema Modi at the NASDAQ. Seema?
Hey, Carl, anticipation is building, and once again, the IPO team here at the NASDAQ, they're briefing the executives here of SpaceX to help them understand how far we are from the opening trade. The latest messaging we have from the NASDAQ is that we are about 5 minutes away. The indicative price at this point is $150, so that's what we're expecting right now. Remember, the stock was priced at $135. Right now, expected to open at around $150, but that number keeps oscillating, so we're going to keep a close eye on where it will open for trade. Obviously, a big moment for the NASDAQ. They were able to clinch this high-profile deal, and a number of executives we've been speaking to here say they've been waiting for this moment for 24 years. There are a number of heartfelt stories being shared by a number of different people, IT managers, people who are in the C-suite, about their experience, the journey it took to get to where they are today. And now, again, minutes away from when SpaceX, a record-breaking IPO, will open for trade. We'll keep you guys updated.
What's happening right now? We see this crowd, Seema. These are employees.
Yeah, so it's majority of employees from SpaceX who are crowding around the NASDAQ IPO trade desk. And you have 2 executives here from the NASDAQ. They're part of the IPO listings team. They're walking through what's happening minute by minute and the indicative price. I can just look over here and see that, again, we're expecting $150 a share. We have Adena Friedman, the CEO of the NASDAQ, because, as I said, we are expecting the stock to open very soon here. We are a matter of just a minutes away, and people are sort of crowding around, looking over at his screen to understand where we're at.
And what is taking place right now? I mean, what does it take to open a stock of this magnitude?
Yeah, so it's putting together the book building process, right? It's matching shares, buy and sell orders. But, you know, the challenge and the opportunity here with SpaceX is it's such a large IPO, 556 million shares. No exchange in the world has ever worked on an IPO like this. But I think the idea that this stock is going to open very soon from now tells you that the book building process is going very well. They're being able to match shares and sell orders and buy orders very effectively. And just minutes away here as they put together and firm up the book with the indicative price at this point, just looking over my shoulder right now, at $150 a share right now, Sarah.
Yeah, we've been watching that indication come down from about 174 earlier this morning, now back to 150. Watching very closely. All systems appear to be quite go, as they say, Sarah. Mm-hmm. And as we've been watching and listening to Musk in Texas today, it is a reminder that, as we said with Kramer, company's 24 years old, almost a quarter century, more than, I think, 13,000 employees who have been waiting a long time. You forget how long ago the initial disruptive technological innovations like Falcon really were.
Well, Elon said it himself very well, where he said, you know, it's hard to believe that this little company that I started would be the largest IPO ever. He said, if people told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack, because this company is going to fail, he added. Well, clearly not. Biggest IPO ever here, and you know, it's grown. Majority of the revenue today is derived from Starlink, of course, the satellite company of communications, and there are all sorts of projections about what that could mean for the telecom business, and a little bit from XAI as well. Obviously the AI company that competes with others like an Anthropic, even though it does a deal in business where it sells compute basically to these big players, these hyperscalers, Google as well. But ultimately, it's a future bet, right, on the businesses, including the Starship business, the launch business, that it will be able to do this in a cost-effective way and a profitable way that will change how we think about and interact with space, and whether we're able to go there, as Elon Musk himself said this morning, will take you to Mars and the moon and beyond.
Yeah, not just cost effective, but in the words of Wolf, which of course initiates today, outperform 175, near zero launch costs, which in their words creates one of the biggest moats in the history of American and global business. Seema, you got something?
Yes, Carl and Sarah, the latest indicative range is 150. I did hear a NASDAQ executive say 146 again. So we're at the last call. We are 1 minute out till SpaceX before we get the opening trade. Again, I'm looking at the screen right now. It says 150, so that seems to be where we'll be open, but we are getting very close here as executives just pool around this IPO trading desk to get a sense of what they can expect in the coming moments here.
So Chris just brought it up, and the reason why he just brought it up...
Yeah, we're just listening in. I guess they're explaining it to the employees and investors there, Seema. Just tell us again the indication on the price as we're about to open.
Okay. Indication price right now is 150. I'm looking at the screen. That's where it seems to be at this moment. I did hear him say 146, but what the screen is showing is 150. But again, this is a book building process that involves a highly technical process working simultaneously with the stabilization agent, which is Morgan Stanley, to get these trades firmed up and all the buy and sell orders matched. And again, we are getting very, very close.
Meantime, we're starting to get some activity, say, on social media. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs tweeting a moment ago, congratulating SpaceX, reminding folks that Goldman and Elon's relationship goes back some 15-plus years. Goldman also posting some photos with the words "Go for launch" of their bankers and traders wearing green shoes, which is
everybody's in the green shoes.
Yes, a very important element of today's opening trade.
We saw them on Glenn Shotwell, who's effectively running the company as COO, wearing the green SpaceX shoes as well.
Let's take a listen to what's happening here at the NASDAQ.
We are officially trading here at NASDAQ. So we're only moments away from that.
Guys, we are just moments away from the stock opening for trade. Again, we have the IPO trading team. We're getting very close. Let's listen in. Let's listen in. It says 150. And we're open. Stock is open for trade. SpaceX at $150 a trade here at the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol SPCX. This is an IPO that raised $75 billion. Again, the price that it priced at was $135. It's open for trade at $150.
There it is. There's the moment. Got it on up 11%. Let's listen in.
A lot of energy in the room. You can tell that there is applause, excitement, hugs, smiles. I mean, there are a lot of employees who started here day one in 2002, and so they've been waiting for this moment. I spoke to two engineers here who said their compensation package was 100% equity. They didn't even have any salary. So for them, this is the moment. They actually get to make it big and also think about what's next for them. I asked that one of the IT engineers who is going to be making over $10 million, whether he plans to retire. He said no. He has so much pride that has been attached to SpaceX and its story. He's going to ride this one out.
Seema, absolutely great coverage on an important day. I mean, a moment like this, you think back to all the landmark IPOs we've covered in real time over the years, going back to Facebook and Uber and Twitter and Baba, but nothing quite of this size. And just again, a reminder of what a remarkable moment is, the monetization, the capitalization of things that Americans in this case have been working on for literally decades, all the hard work that comes behind that from the street, from the banks, all the relationships that have to get built. It is an incredible thing.
Yeah, it's a juggernaut, and it's a record breaker in so many ways. How much money they raised, the valuation, which we're watching, and north of $1.77 trillion. Seema, it also has to be a good moment for the NASDAQ where you are, and the fact that they were able to open this smoothly.
And early.
I mean, we thought it was maybe going to go into the afternoon.
You know, we were putting together research on when some of the most high-profile deals have opened for trade. Cerebras, which before SpaceX was the biggest IPO of this year, raising over $5 billion, it opened for trade at around 1 p.m. Eastern. You go a little further back, Lyft, Snowflake, opening at around 12:45 to 1 p.m. Eastern. The fact that it's opening before noon, it tells you that the stress test and the mechanisms that they put in place here at the NASDAQ to ensure that this book-building process was speedy and effective, it worked. And here we are with SpaceX on its first day of trade, now up 18%. And, I think another thing to take into account is how SpaceX will now be joining some of the biggest and most powerful companies here that are housed at the NASDAQ, like the likes of NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Salesforce. So it's interesting to see how quickly this is going to become one of the biggest names here at the NASDAQ. And then, of course, the rule change, right? The fast tracking that SpaceX will now have to be included into the NASDAQ 100, which means so many people who just own the ETF will now have exposure to this one name. That is expected to happen in 15 days' time. We spoke to the president, Nelson Griggs of the NASDAQ, about that, and he thinks by late June, early July, SpaceX will be in the NASDAQ 100, guys.
Yeah, in the halls of the NASDAQ, there are giant photos of the opening bell from Tesla's first trade, NVIDIA's first trade, AMD's first trade, and you bet that this picture is going to go right next to it.
Yes.
Let's get to Leslie Picker as well, see what the picture looks like over at Morgan Stanley again, Leslie.
Hey, Carl, yeah, lots of cheers over here as well. And now the stock is doubled from that opening print, up about 20%. At the 11% pop at the opening price, it's just under a $2 trillion market cap. So now it's up to about $2.2 trillion. Remarkable for the world's largest IPO we've ever seen. I know you all were talking about just how quickly it opened relative to our initial expectations. We've seen smaller deals open much later in the day, but I think that really speaks to just the name brand and awareness for SpaceX. This idea that it's been telegraphed for weeks now that this was coming and that people need to be putting their orders in if they want to trade in order to get this thing open. So they were able to get the volume. I heard that they opened on 60 million shares. That's more than 10% of the offering size, which of course allows the stabilization agent as well as the NASDAQ to feel comfortable enough to open the stock at that price of about $150 per share. Now, one other point I'd mention, the fact that this stock is trading in the green. I know there was some discussion earlier about the green shoe, and when that gets exercised, I think you want to see some comfort that the stock will remain above its IPO price. But of course, if it is exercised, this company could raise another $11.25 billion. Obviously, this moment is important for SpaceX because it is such a gigantic capital raising opportunity. 15% above the issue size is the typical overall allotment there. $11.25 billion in additional capital if this stock trades higher today and or continues to do so over the next 30 days, if not today. So they're able to exercise that, guys.
Really quick, Leslie, if you were looking at a typical 20% pop, that would put you around 162. We're almost exactly there.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable because that 20% goal is kind of what people see as the gold standard for an IPO. It's enough that people feel good about it, but it's not a double in the sense that you'd be leaving a tremendous amount of money on the table. In this case, you know, $75 billion on the table if that stock were to double. So a 20% pop is usually seen as a very well-executed deal because people who invested at the IPO feel good and the company doesn't feel like it, you know, had this big opportunity cost and could have priced it higher, which is actually really interesting because of the process and what we've been talking about, which is so unique with regard to the fixed price. They didn't go through the usual gamesmanship of a price range where they'd kind of assess demand and it, you know, I kind of wonder if that fixed price is an anomaly for SpaceX or if it's something that will be used with other companies, especially that have this kind of caliber and name recognition in the future.
Leslie Picker over at Morgan Stanley. We'll talk in a bit. Thanks so much, Leslie. Meantime, at this price, Elon Musk officially becomes the first trillionaire of the human race. Our next guest was an early investor in SpaceX twice at two different funds. Joining us this morning in a CNBC exclusive is Gavin Baker, currently managing partner and CAO at Atreides Management, a large shareholder of SpaceX. He's been tweeting actively today. Gavin, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Talk about this moment. How does it feel?
It feels like a point in a journey. This is not the end. I think it's a new beginning of what's hopefully even a more exciting journey to Moon, to Mars, to orbital compute. But it is special to be here at Starbase with the launch towers behind us.
It certainly was probably one of the more emotional opening bells, at least with Musk, that we've ever seen. I do have to ask you, though, now, public life as a company comes with its own set of challenges, impatience from the street, quarters, disclosure. What's that going to be like for a business that is so capital intensive and runs on long cycles?
I would just point you to the early days of Amazon, which was investing heavily in a business, and the stock market was very supportive of those investments because it saw that there was an ROI. We know that SpaceX was able to get, per my friends at Altimeter's calculation, a 55% IRR on their Colossus One data center. So when you have IRRs like that, I think markets are generally supportive of capital investments.
What does Elon need to do? What does SpaceX need to do to get to this kind of valuation and profitable place from your perspective?
Well, I think we need to take a step back. And a month ago, SpaceX did not have a cloud computing business. Now, by some measures, it is the fourth largest cloud ahead of Oracle. And they did that in 1 month. Let's see what they do in a year. The owners of landed power are heavily incented to give it to people who can energize it first. The seller of GPUs, i.e. Jensen, likes to give them to people who are going to use them. So I think a really important variable for SpaceX is how many gigawatts can they bring on over the next few years, because they are monetizing these gigawatts of terrestrial compute at a very high rate. Then when are we reusing Starship such that we can put Starlink V3 satellites up into space, enable direct to cell, and then orbital compute soon after. So I think there is a path here as a public company, with a series of events and milestones that investors can use to track the company's progress.
What are you doing with your stake in the meantime?
My firm participated in the IPO, and I tend to take a very long-term perspective on companies, especially those where I've been involved for a long time.
Kevin, it sounds like you're suggesting, to the degree that there is scarcity in compute and the purveyors of compute sort of have to decide who gets what and when, that space over terrestrial, that space might command maybe incrementally more attention or preference?
Yeah, I think orbital compute is going to become a reality. I think it makes sense from first principles. The very simple math is if it costs $60 billion to bring on a gigawatt terrestrial data center, 25 of that is for power and cooling that you do not need in space. And power, cooling, the shell, the land, all of that. But obviously you don't need land in space. You don't need power or cooling in space. They are free. So there's $35 billion of GPUs in each gigawatt. And so the calculation that I think is intellectually honest to do is to look at the cost of launch relative to the cost of that $25 billion in power and cooling. And with Starship, it'll be $5 billion, the launch cost, once it's full. And that means that it costs $30 billion to put a gigawatt of compute in space relative to $60 billion here on Earth. Now, repair and maintenance is an issue that we're going to have to work through, that the company is going to have to work through, that SpaceX is going to work through. But they've been very good at working through really hard problems in the past.
That being said, what do you think the future is for land-based? I mean, some of the neo clouds are still trading well today, but is this a situation where there's enough to go around, we can feed all these kids?
Yeah, I think we are in a severe compute shortage that is almost growing more severe by the day. And I think this is well understood by people on the ground. You know, the little token prices fluctuate, rental prices fluctuate, but we're in a severe compute shortage. I don't think we will ever decommission terrestrial data centers once you have built it. I think it's going to have value. But I think there may be a day in the next 10, 20 years when the overwhelming majority of compute that is installed for planet Earth happens in outer space and is orbital compute. By the way, I can't hear anything.
All right, we are here with Nelson Griggs, the president of the NASDAQ. What a fascinating 30 minutes to get to the opening trade. I think a lot of questions about how the NASDAQ was able to get to this first trade in such a speedy manner.
Yeah, well, it wasn't NASDAQ. It was the whole community. Right. And I think two, the order size they're looking to in a very efficient manner. So we opened on 58 million shares, $150. They saw a lot of support in the book, so I think it's trading right around 160-ish or so. So I think the book came together as they were hoping to in a very efficient manner.
The retail allocation of 20%, that presented a big unknown. How do you think how that went?
Well, you want to put that in context. So 20% is roughly $15 billion of the raise was retail, which is larger than most IPOs. That's a huge IPO. So I think that added a little bit of support to the stock for sure. It's obviously Tesla's a very retail-owned stock as well. So they love the excitement, the story, and they're very educated investors, and they were excited to participate.
Walk us through some of the mechanisms that are now in place in case we see a lot of volatility in the stock, because it is right now sort of up 20%. We're watching it closely.
Yeah, there is a process in the market called limit up, limit down, where if you see a sudden burst in price, then you might have a pause in the market. But usually that would happen very quickly. It has not happened. So we would anticipate a pretty fluid rest of the day today. I'm sure it's going to move around some as investors are looking to either increase their positions or take some profits. But that limit up, limit down really just gives the pause of market if you had a sudden burst in the price, about 10% up or down in this case, and we don't see that happening right now.
You don't see that happening?
Well, we would anticipate if that would happen, it might be a burst after the open, meaning there's a heavy bunch of orders that could not get in, and they got in a lot of retail-driven orders, and that didn't happen. So I'm not saying it definitely will not happen, but we feel like we've reached a point of stability at this point.
With all the data you've captured over the last 20 minutes, how would you characterize the amount of demand for this IPO?
I think incredible. You look at a deal of that size, again, the largest ever, 75 million. The largest prior to that was 30 million at Aramco. So the size was unprecedented. The demand from the long-only participants was significant. So the combination of long-only, great retail participation, obviously some more active traders. I think it was a very diversified book. I think the underwriters did an amazing job. And obviously SpaceX and their finance team also is right there for the ride.
The other IPOs and the offerings, have they been watching this IPO closely, do you think?
I would think they certainly would, to say, how did it play out? Can the market digest an offering of this size?
And how much retail participation to allow?
Yeah, and every company is different in terms of the retail interest, but clearly they'll take some learnings from this, as well as the banks. The banks are involved in this. We'll certainly be talking to the larger deals, saying how did it work, what worked well, and what they may want to consider. So I think, yes, it certainly offered a good blueprint.
Opening before 12 p.m. Eastern. Do you think this is just what we should expect from IPOs going forward?
I think it's going to be IPO by IPO. We put all that control in the hands of the stabilization agent because they're the ones who really have to make sure there's enough demand after it opens to make sure there's stability. So I think it's a deal-by-deal case. It's in their hands, and I think they felt great about the timing, and we're all excited. You can tell there's a lot of excitement here right now.
A lot of excitement. Walk us through the people who are here and what you think is next. I mean, you're here on the second floor. Where do you take this crowd after this?
Well, there's a lot of brilliant people in this room right now. So you think about people who have been with SpaceX for a long time. They've been around for 24 years. So many of the employees are here. We have senior management. We have engineers. We have the individual who was responsible for the launch of the rocket this morning. So it's a great group of people. Obviously some NASDAQ folks as well, some bankers, but it's a mix of people.
Well, a historic moment for NASDAQ, SpaceX, the underwriters. Thanks for your time. Nelson Griggs, president at the NASDAQ. I'm going to send it back to Scott Wapner at the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay. All right, Seema, thank you very much. That's Seema Modi at the NASDAQ. Our breaking news coverage of the SpaceX IPO does continue now. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. We're here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. We're opened for business in the biggest IPO ever, up about 16% right now. We'll track every single move of it. SpaceX investor, Altimeter Capital founder and CEO Brad Gerstner is with us here. Stephanie Link is as well, Malcolm Etheridge, and Rob Seachin. It's great to have everybody here. It is a momentous day. The timing of this, getting it open before noon, momentous in and of itself. You got a big allocation.
Yeah.
What do you think you're buying into today? What do you feel like you are?
I mean, first, let's just take a moment. Scott, first, thanks for having me on. Take a moment to celebrate what an incredible day this is for America, what an incredible day it is for the hard work of the thousands of people at Starbase who've worked to put us back on the top in space. Remember, when SpaceX got started, right, we didn't even have a shuttle to go to space to pick up our own astronauts. We were paying the Russians to go get our astronauts. Today, we're back on the top in space. I think this is what makes the country great. It's a great moment to celebrate. With that said, yes, we were buyers in the IPO. We were lucky enough to be shareholders ahead of the IPO. I think this is an incredible moment for the company. The numbers that are out there are not layups by any stretch, but hopefully today we can unpack that a little bit, Scott, because I think they have a real path on both AI hyperscale compute, on X.AI, on launch, and the things they're doing in connectivity that are going to change the country.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned some very, very big numbers, and this is where the real work begins, right? To try and reach those lofty targets that some have set, including the company itself.
Right.
A TAM of $28.5 trillion. Morgan Stanley's looking for SpaceX's revenue to reach $3.4 trillion in 2040. Lofty targets, obviously, by Goldman Sachs as well. So now we see what they can do from here.
Right. Well, I mean, let's not go all the way out to 2040. I think it's 160 billion, which is a little more pedestrian in 2028. And remember, something extraordinary happened. The last time I was on the show, just a couple weeks ago, I said everything about the IPO changed. Why? Because they had moved into the category of being an AI hyperscaler. In literally 6 weeks, they went from not in the game to $27 billion of AI hyperscaler revenue with big deals from Anthropic and Google. What is the one thing we can all underwrite? I think we can all agree Elon Musk and the team at SpaceX are as capable as anybody on the planet. Jensen has said they're number one at standing up terrestrial data centers, at standing up AI data centers. On my podcast, Jensen said they did in 100 days what it took others 2 to 3 years to do. So if the bet, in going from 20 billion or 18 billion last year to 160 billion, a huge portion of that is standing up AI data centers and leasing them right to the Anthropics of the world, the Googles of the world. I think they're going to run away and consolidate that business. My estimate is in a few years they're going to be the largest AI hyperscaler in the United States.
I mean, it's probably why, as you heard Sequoia's Sean McGuire in the interview with our friends in the prior hour suggest that massive TAM that I mentioned could be, in his words, an underestimate. This company has the most important mission of any company in history, he said. Thinking about 10 years from now, I think of it more like NVIDIA 3 years ago. High confidence in the explosive revenue growth that they can deliver. And he made the point, I think, which was really interesting to listen to, and they can ramp really quickly. To your point, they've already proven their ability to ramp certain parts of the business really quickly. So doubt those large numbers at your own peril, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, today, this was not a get-rich-quick scheme today. $1.7 trillion is not a inadequate valuation. You see the stock up 20% today. So when I was getting calls from my mom and my siblings, should I buy the SpaceX stock on retail? I said, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme, but if you want to own it for a year or 2 years, I think you're going to do really well. Competitive returns from this one. I mentioned the AI hyperscalers. What we haven't mentioned is the pending acquisition of Cursor. Look, we were looking at investing in Cursor. I think it was probably the next best lab in the country beyond the frontier labs. We thought this company could get to $10 billion in revenue on its own this year. Right now, coupled with SpaceX, we think they can really have a shot at building, with that huge compute infrastructure, really building another frontier lab. Remember, intelligence is the log of compute. They have the largest coherent clusters in the country. And so we think they're going to be in the game at building X.AI into a real frontier lab.
Steph, you're one of the few in our orbit, pardon the pun, who wanted in on this IPO, who said you're going to be a buyer. Are you?
I thought this was going to be up 40, 50%, up 20. It's an absolute screaming buy. But I also said you buy a small position, it's going to be volatile, and you just set it and you forget it. Because he has a great track record, Elon Musk. Tesla was up 25,000% since their 2010 IPO. And that is a big, big number. So who knows what this company is going to do, but a total addressable market, even if it's half of the 28.5 trillion that is estimated, that's still huge runway for this company. And founder-led companies usually increase shareholder returns by double. So you want to own a founder-led company. They have the sense of urgency. And
and he does. We know that for facts. The space business, they have a 90 share. Starlink, they have 10 million customers. Brad just talked about the AI opportunity. There's a lot of ways this company can win. They can just win in one of these things, and I think the stock is much higher.
You've owned this stock in pretty good size in private market.
And in the IPO as well. We've been participants across our client base. I think this is the most strategically unique asset ever to come to market. And they're going to have enormous pricing power. The one risk is their biggest client's the U.S. government. So when you have that type of pricing power, monopolistic pricing power, where your costs are coming in tremendously and your profits are going up enormously, the revenue opportunity and everything that Brad outlined. And by the way, if you can't listen to that and get excited about this business, there's actually something wrong with you. This IPO is the most engineered IPO in history, too. Do you think any of the underwriters are not going to support this? The size of the offering, the retail participation. So there's a lot to be excited about. The index inclusion, right?
NASDAQ 100 in about 15 days.
So much that is supportive of here. Now, there is a huge underwriter's lockup coming off at some point in the future. There may be an opportunity at some point to be a better buyer. However, I think there's so much enthusiasm around this. And if you're a really long-term thinker and you believe in the visionary characteristics of this man, I don't know how you can't be excited. And I think the writing's on the wall in the roadshow that this and Tesla could be together at some point in time.
Well, that's the great speculation. So stock's up about 20-ish%. As Leslie Picker was saying from the trading floor of Morgan Stanley, the sweet spot, if you will, and how these things are, hoped to trade in their earliest moments of trading. What about you? Interest from you or no, Malcolm?
No, and I think that Brad framed it perfectly as far as what you should be considering this company to do if you're buying in at IPO, right? The S1, the prospectus told you basically we're an AI company now, right? The focus, the TAM that they talked about, the $28 trillion, which, by the way, is the size of the GDP of the entire United States. But that aside, like the TAM is all from AI. It has nothing to do with launching rockets. It's nothing to do with satellite connectivity. And I'm being general when I say nothing to do with, but most of it is hyperscaler CapEx related to we're building data centers trying to unseat some of the bigger names.
Which is funny because now the biggest revenue percentage they get is from the connectivity angle.
Yes,
Starlink's the biggest contributor today. Not suggesting in any way that means it's the biggest contributor in the future, because it's obviously in what you're saying is factual, but it speaks in some respects to how this company is transforming itself in real time. But let me finish the thought.
What I was going to say is if you really want pure play space, because the name is a little bit misleading now, SpaceX, you could be looking at like an AST that's selling off tremendously today. You could be looking at Rocket Lab, which is selling off tremendously today in response to raising capital to go participate here. Just by comparison, if I wanted a hyperscaler that's building to put AI data centers all over the country and all over the globe, I don't have to pay 100 times sales to do it. I could look at something like an Alphabet at 10 times sales. I could look at an Amazon at 3 times sales. What about XAI is so much more valuable, 27 times roughly the value of Amazon at this price point? That's the question I have to be asking.
I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pushback is important and fair. Just to go to the numbers for a second, I think if you look at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley's numbers for 2028, they have AI about 2x what the connectivity or Starlink revenue is. So Starlink is going to be a massive, massive business. We shouldn't underestimate it. And remember, Starship being able to have the advantage that it's going to have to space unlocks everything else. So the call options that we're valuing of orbital data centers, of all the stuff that lies in front of us. And remember, we're applying a future multiple. We're not looking backwards. We're saying, what is this going to be worth in the future? We have the greatest visionary, the greatest engineer, the greatest operator. And let's give a shout out to Glenn Shotwell and the team. Everybody always talks about Elon, but standing right behind Elon is just an extraordinary team that has been relentless for decades, putting us back on top in space.
She was probably there, at some of the the darkest moments of the trajectory of this company, even getting to a day like today. One of the earliest employees, I think Elon said maybe number 7 or something to that regard. But if you look at Elon himself, when he was addressing his own employees this morning from out at their HQ, the Starbase, he said that 10 years ago, I gave SpaceX less than a 10%, he said I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all. That was back in 2002. It speaks to the road full traveled to get to this day. And I'm glad that you mentioned her and the role that she's played, because she's been there from near beginning to help get this company to this moment.
Right. And we're here celebrating these moments, but the near-death experiences that Elon and Gwen will recount time after time, not just at SpaceX, at Tesla, et cetera, and they continue to reinvent themselves at scale. Just think about what they did over the last 6 weeks heading into this IPO. Not to mention launching Falcon 9 with a bunch of satellites the morning of the IPO successfully into space. But just in the last 6 weeks, doing these deals, these AI hyperscaler deals, acquiring or an option to acquire Cursor, these are massive things. I can't imagine another Mag 7 company that's entrepreneurial like this at this scale. So if you ask me why I'm betting on them, right, you don't have to be either or against Alphabet, by the way. You don't have to be either or against it. You can bet on those companies as well. But this one, to me, if you wanted to bet one company on the future of innovation, the best entrepreneur that combines visionary with engineering skills, you got to be in space.
It's moonshot optionality is what he's talking about. There's so many different verticals that they are focused on to get moonshot optionality. And I think, granted, to Malcolm's point, there wasn't a lot of discussion on that topic in the roadshow. It's so funny. It was such a big part of the valuation, but they didn't address it a lot in the roadshow. They focused on their core business. That's admirable.
Well, look at what Wolf is saying today, right? They're one of the early initiators, so the street's starting to weigh in. 175 is their price target, so you're looking 30% from the set price. We'll obviously see what's happening in the trade here. It tells a little bit of a different story from this moment forward. But they call this, quote, a launch company wrapped in a telecommunications company wrapped in a hyperscaler. Near zero space launch cost creates one of the widest moats in history that will drive 70% top-line growth and near doubling EBITDA margins through 2030.
I mean, they have 90% share in space, as I mentioned, but they also have a huge cost advantage because they have reusable rockets and they have scale. And so their launch costs and Starship's launch costs are going to go from $14 million to something like $3 to $4 million. That is a lot of operating leverage in one of their businesses, and they could probably get, in terms of Starlink, 250 million customers between now and 2030. That's what's projected. If they get half of that, that's a heck of a lot better than where they are today at 10 million. So to me, yeah, the AI story is interesting, and Anthropic and Google certainly make it more interesting, but I think there's a lot of other parts of this company that are very exciting, and I don't think it's getting enough attention.
Well, let me say one thing. Make no mistake about it. This valuation hangs on the fact that we have huge demand for an AI compute future, right? They just sold this compute to Anthropic and Google at a big premium, Scott, because we are out of compute in this country. If you look at Noam Brown, who's one of the lead researchers at OpenAI, I'd encourage you to check out a tweet he had the other day. And Noam basically said that because of test time compute, if we let things run, the current models run long enough, they can solve almost any problem. What that means is that we're at recursive self-learning, but we're lacking compute. So the world is going to be massively consumptive of compute. He's the best at building and standing up the compute. There are rumors out there that he's already putting in for 20% of all the Vera Rubin volume, right, from Jensen Huang. He's going to take it and stand up more data centers for himself. It creates tremendous optionality for XAI. Make no mistake about it. Elon intends to be on the frontier himself. He is not ceding the AI race to Anthropic and OpenAI.
But at what price, though, right? What? Because I don't dispute anything that you're saying about what the future looks like, but for the sake of the viewer, I want to just draw attention one more time to the price we're talking about paying for this, because this company's coming public, and it's one of the top 6 or 7 largest companies now trading. That is massive. And it's also going to have massive implications for the entire market itself going forward the rest of the year. So I think it's really important if you're a viewer watching this and thinking, with all of the excitement, have I missed the boat? Do I need to get in on this? Before you open up your trading app and get ready to place that trade, I just want you to think about the price that you're preparing to pay.
I think Brad's made that point repeatedly, that, you know, the greatest rewards arguably have been realized in the private market to this point. You're paying the valuation you are today on the massive bet that people are making for the future.
Right.
If you don't believe in the future, then you wouldn't buy the stock today. You're obviously making some degree of a leap of faith, which is why the market cap is now above $2 trillion. Right. Now, if McGuire of Sequoia says it's more like NVIDIA 3 years ago, is that where we're heading? I mean, that's $5 trillion.
Well, actually, you know, NVIDIA is up about 15x from where they were 3 years ago. So I don't think Sean was suggesting that SpaceX is going to be up 15x over the course of the next 3 years. But where I think he was right is he's talking about all the untapped optionality. Orbital data centers, launch 2 to 3 times a day. What that unlocks in terms of the space and communications business, what that unlocks in terms of AI hyperscaler business. Again, if you think about Terafab, this year we added 25 to 30 gigs of compute. Elon's talking about adding 1,000 gigs of compute a year. But I want to come back to this thing about whether we should be running out and buying this today, because I'm not here to, you know, pump the stock to every retail investor out there. You're absolutely right. It's fair value. You know, today it's trading in an open market, and I would say it's fair value today. There is no get-rich-quick scheme. We saw what happened with Cerebras, right, just a few weeks ago. It pops on the open, it sells off. I think that creates opportunities then for people who are doing their work to step in.
Can I ask you a question, Brad?
Sure.
When you're getting a lot of comparisons to Meta, another large IPO, came public, did what it did, sold off, gave investors an opportunity to get in because of the size, because of the news flow that was around it, because of some of the lockups that came up. What do you think about those type of comparisons, given you're an investor in both, as am I, by the way?
I mean, the reason that Facebook sold off, and we were huge buyers into that sell-off, was because
that was an issue at the open.
They made a bet on HTML5 rather than native apps, and people didn't think that they could monetize their mobile application, and everybody was moving off of desktop to mobile. So there was a fundamental reason that caused a lot of question. It was not just a valuation question. And by the way, when it was on the cover of Barron's, if you remember the huge arrow going down, it hit 17 bucks a share. We put 20% of our fund in. It was a one-way street from there up. So I mean, like, that was a counter indicator. And what they did, like any great founder-led entrepreneur, is he pivoted. He said, okay, we'll just go build a mobile app. And they monetized the heck out of it. The same thing, I think, when you're looking at this. You shouldn't, you know, if you want to have a little fun and day trade this thing and try to make a few bucks, great, have at it. But if you want to bet on this over the long term, if you take Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs' numbers, you know, I have my 15-year-old intern. He's around here somewhere. He's interning with Altimeter this summer. He's using Fable 5 to build his SpaceX valuation model. He's running all these Monte Carlo simulations on where this, it's totally fascinating and exciting. But he said, Dad, my target price for this in 2030 is that this can be a 2 to 3x. And then we talked about what that meant for the IRR. What's the annualized return, you know, for that? So it's not a 15x over the course of the next 3 years, but I think it will be a competitive return with the best in technology, with a call option to the upside. And so for any institutional investor, any hedge fund investor, this is a must-own for most of us in our institutional portfolios. And 15 days from now, you're going to see $20 to $30 billion of demand roll into the market as the index funds start buying the security.
Well, young Mr. Gerstner sounds like he's well on his way as well. A future guest, perhaps, of the most in the future IPOs. We'll see. The idea that SpaceX and Tesla could one day combine, you put a lot of stock into that?
I think it's a high probability event. I would frankly encourage Elon, and you know, for his own sanity, to do it. You know, running these two public companies that have such an overlapping mission. I mean, you know, at the primitive of robotics is AI. Right? And so, you know, you now, rather than having 4 different places where he's building AI, remember, just a few months ago, you had Twitter over here, you had X.AI over here, you had Tesla over here, rolling these things all together, right? And giving him both the cost synergies associated with it, the data synergies associated with it, the revenue synergies, I think it will accelerate the path, right, to Optimus. It will accelerate the path to X.AI being a frontier model.
Well, just to get Terafab under that roof will
Correct.
do a tremendous amount to get you where you're talking about that call option to the upside, because right now they're not vertically integrated, which means you're losing.
And there's a debate as to whether, remember, Elon has control shares and control of SpaceX. He doesn't in Tesla. Right? And so there are a lot of people saying, well, he's going to do it so that he gains control. For most of us as shareholders who want to back founders who have control, I'm actually excited about that.
For sure.
Right? I have no problem with Tesla coming in here, maybe at a bit of a premium in order for Elon to consolidate his bets on AI and robotics.
Could we speak to the Musk premium, if you will? All of you, really, if you consider how unique this story is and how unique he is as an entrepreneur. He's certainly one of the greatest entrepreneurs and operators, technicians, technical thinkers that we've ever seen. If you consider, a pioneer in digital payments from way back when, Neuralink, Boring, XAI. He didn't found Tesla, but he joined and sort of took it to another place, obviously. So much of what everybody's going to be buying into today in some respects is him.
Yeah.
Speak to that.
Well, I think there's too often we don't acknowledge on this desk, right, that one or two people at the heads of these companies determine their fate, right? So you want to back. If all I did in my career is back the best founders and the best leaders and short the others, I would have done extraordinarily well. Too often you try to make excuses for the person you know is not a great leader. In this case, he's an extraordinary visionary, technologist, engineer, and next to him, people like Gwen Shotwell, who are extraordinary operators. It is, it's the type of people that you want to be backing. But one of the things I'd bring up, Scott, remember, Elon came here from South Africa, and Elon's talked about this, at length. We need to remain the place that all these incredible people that want to invent the future want to come here. They want to come here and do it. And unfortunately, when Elon was in California, he was being demonized and attacked by people like Lorraine Gonzalez, who ran the state Senate in the state of California. And when he left California, she said, good riddance. This is a problem we have today in America. We need to celebrate entrepreneurship. This creates the abundance that we have. Yes, we need to do things like Trump accounts to raise the floor for these kids and do all these things.
And by the way, kudos to you for your involvement.
Thank you. But I look around the table of SpaceX, the number of people who came from outside the United States to invent the future, to create this $2 trillion of value.
Well, I mean,
and the true trillion of value goes to
though,
teachers and firefighters.
That's fair, but in fairness, we are having not that I want to go down this path, but we are having a broader debate about immigration in this country.
Sure.
And if you want to cite the fact that he's from South Africa and we need more people of his quality or whatever to come into this country and try and be the next or move the ball of this arena forward, then your message needs to be heard as much in the halls of this place as it does down in Washington.
For sure.
Because that debate is fierce right now, as you know, and it's trending in a direction that's not what you hope it would be.
I would say that we are pounding the table in Washington and on sets like this. Two things can coexist. We can have a real border where people who come here illegally are stopped, and we can have a fair process where people can legally come into this country. And I would say we need to double and triple down. We need to be strategic. We need to go around the world and recruit all the Elon Musk around the world, make sure they know this place is the best place to pursue their dream, to innovate, to get risk capital, to do all these things. And by the way, when those two things get commingled down in Washington, I'm quick to point out the difference, right? These are two very separate issues. This is what made America. This is what we're going to celebrate on the 250. Folks like Elon who risk it all, come here, start with nothing, and build one of the most extraordinary success stories in the history of the country.
Well, I mean, because there's a debate even in of itself on H-1Bs. So let's not.
You heard me. Double down on legal immigration.
I hear you. But there's a debate in D.C. about that too. So it's a complicated issue. I said I didn't want to go down that road, but if you drove the car down there, we were going to go there for a minute. At least get it on the table, because all of these issues matter, and they matter in technology, as all of you know. You all take a break? We'll take a quick break. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more, obviously, about the SpaceX IPO. We will talk about what's been happening in technology as well. We're back right after this.
With ServiceNow's AI Control Tower, we've got eyes on all our AI in one place.
Yep, I've got total visibility, total security, zero blind spots. Watch it.
Found a blind spot.
Meet the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data, so you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful trading platform yet, Fidelity Trader Plus.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Where are my contacts? Maybe you should keep your eyes on the road, Janice. I have to be able to see first flow, take driving very seriously. Yeah, well, that's what Progressive Snapshot is for. Personalized discounts so that safe drivers don't have to pay for bad drivers' mistakes. Are you saying I'm a bad driver? I'm a great driver. Janice! This isn't Mom's house. I have a date. We're celebrating your birthday. Oh, I love that for you.
La Roche-Posay Sun Care Innovation Anthelios UV Air Supercharged Serum Sunscreen. Invisible, light as air. 48-hour hydration. 16-hour antioxidant and anti-pollution. La Roche-Posay.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It says 150 and we're open. Stock is open for trade. SpaceX at $150 a trade here at the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol SPCX. This is an IPO that raised 75.
Well, there it was, the open at 150. We can take a look in real time to see what the stock is doing now, but that was just a few moments before 12 noon. We have about a 21.5% gain, so it's really been holding in. Again, I just cite what Leslie Picker was reporting earlier, the so-called sweet spot, and this thing seems to be anchored to that. We also noted, guys, what some of the firms on Wall Street are saying now about the prospects for this. Price targets and what I told you that Wolf Research came out with. Oppenheimer did 190 as a price target, outperformed. New Street 165. They didn't rate it. Just a few moments ago, CFRA came out with a sell rating on the stock. That's what makes a market. 115 is the 12-month price target that they have. We'll go through the note a little bit and give you an idea of what they're saying, but they point to the strengths, obviously, that this company has that have already been identified, but they do have a negative outlook, that they have platform optionality, but the investment case increasingly depends on investors capitalizing on outcomes that remain unproven, particularly Starship. I mean, that's the bet, right? You say the targets are huge, no way in heck they can reach them, sell. You say the targets are huge, don't underestimate what they've already done. They could easily reach some of these things if they do things that are right, buy. Therein lies the market.
I mean, in technology, a lot more money has been lost sitting on the sidelines, wringing your hands about all the things that can go wrong, rather than betting on the upside. And when you have the single best entrepreneur, innovator, and company at executing and operating in the history of technology, to me, it's like kind of a no-brainer to take that bet. And the other thing I know is the downside from 135 was $20. So really, you're going to sit out on, the biggest opportunity in the history of technology, perhaps, right? Because you're worried about 20 bucks to the downside. The amount of money that has been lost by very smart people on Wall Street with that exact same argument about Meta, about Alphabet, about every other company that's come before them is a long list. We're sitting here because we're optimists on the future of America. We believe in the future of technology. And, again, I don't think you have to rush in today and push all your chips on the table today, but this is one you want to have exposure
Well, I'm glad you addressed retail. And Malcolm, I felt like earlier you were trying to speak directly to the retail investor in that cohort who's watching our program today. I wonder what you make of the restrictions that were put around some of the retail investors who wanted to take part in this IPO from a lot of the, some of the retail brokerages that were out. And what do you think that means in the greater picture of how we should think about this really important cohort and how they want a piece of the action? They want to feel the excitement that Gerstner does and that Etheridge does and that Link does and Sechin does.
Yeah, so I think it's a really important distinction that you're making, because there's institutional buyers who are going to hold on to this thing forever, right? That their time horizon is forever. And then there's the folks that are wanting to get into it, catch the wave, hoping to be the next Tesla because they missed out on Tesla however many different times it had its pop. And I've talked to you, Brad, off camera several times. I know how you feel about retail investors getting an opportunity to participate in some of these bigger opportunities that we're talking about. But what I think we have to keep in mind is that the get rich quick, to your phrasing, is not in this. We're talking about $43 billion roughly is what was raised from all IPOs last year combined, non-SPAC IPOs. We're talking about roughly $200 billion being raised this year between 3 companies. That is significant. That is going to suck a lot of oxygen out of this market before the end of the year, and that liquidity has to come from somewhere. So I'm concerned about the retail investors who stand to get crushed by that wave if they aren't careful, if they're trying to get into these for the wrong reason. If it's a quick flip you're after, Fidelity you're talking about has restrictions in place about selling the shares within 15 days of the initial allocation. I think SoFi's is even more punitive. It's roughly 30 days. Schwab's the only one I've seen that doesn't actually have a written block against it, but I think they said something like, we don't want to see it here. So still, there's these mechanisms in place that you as a retail investor need to be aware of, that if your plan is not to hold on to these shares for quite some time, you might be better off waiting a month before all the different mechanisms that are in place related to the roll-off, the lockup, NASDAQ buying that's going to happen. There's 4 or 5% allocation of NASDAQ funds that are going to go into this. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to happen that you could wait a little bit.
And that's why I
cool
said you buy a small position and you set it and you forget it, because $18 billion in total revenue is expected to go to over $200 billion by 2030. EBITDA, which is interesting to me, profitability, got $5 billion to $128 billion. Let's just say, what if they just go from 5 to 25 billion? That's still huge in terms of operating leverage. I agree with you. You don't want to day trade this thing. I wouldn't know how to do that. But I do think that the growth is so phenomenal that we haven't seen something like this ever.
Are you buying it, by the way?
Well, I'm restricted today because I'm talking about it, but I will be next week for
okay,
sure.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the record.
I'm on the record. If I could do it today, I would.
All right.
I think the points that Malcolm's making are absolutely true. It does sound smart to paint the bearish case, but rarely are bears proven right. And I'm not saying he's painting a bearish case, but let's remember, this supply is being brought to market. It is significant. The share buybacks that are happening every day are reducing supply in the market. And if you actually looked at the statistics, and I'm not saying you, but market writ large, shares are being taken out of the market broadly with the buybacks that we're seeing that are ranging between the 1% and 3% range. Okay. So you're creating ample liquidity to be able to buy these. Now, you're right in the technology space. I think that's probably why you saw some volatility in some of these other names. Other reasons, of course, moving from cap light to cap intensive businesses, which makes no sense to me, because if you're a company that believes in your future and you make those investments, they are necessary. Oracle, everybody that is spending money, whether you think it's prudent or not, and Brad, I know we talked about this in late 22, getting Meta right-sized on their spend, but the reality of it, you can pivot spending. You can't pivot being behind. And so everybody's going chips in right now, and I, based on the opportunity set, think that's very logical to be doing.
I've heard this argument before about the idea that the share buybacks are going to help to reduce float and that sort of thing. But I would submit to you that if you look at Google having to do not having to do, but choosing to do an equity raise at $80 billion, you got Oracle doing another $40 billion right after they did 43 last year, or maybe I have it the other way around. Maybe the share buybacks that we're hanging our hats on are going to slow down as we continue to go, because these companies have run out of free cash flow to throw at building these data centers, and they're now going to have to raise debt through special purpose vehicles and other off-book financing. The buybacks that we're talking about, that we're banking on, should be slowing down this year.
I think you will see it slow down, but that gives me all the more confidence in the infrastructure build-out, picks and shovel plays. The more the CapEx goes up, the more they benefit, and we're seeing record backlogs. We've been talking about record backlogs at some of these AI industrial companies for years, and they're doing quite well, actually, and they've held up remarkably well in the face of kind of AI doing kind of wobbling over the last couple of weeks.
Can I ask Brad a question? How do you think about all the SPVs that have been created to invest in and around this, the venture companies that have invested in SpaceX? They're in lockups to varying degrees, that many, as they come off to get their own liquidity, to have their own wealth experience, are going to be net sellers. Do you think that's a future opportunity in the name, just because of the magnitude of what exists out there? And I'd just like to get your take on that.
Well, first, I think there are sellers in the market today, right? That's why we have every single share that's bought, there's somebody on the other side of that trade. And most of us who put in for IPO allocations today, while we got some, we didn't get what we wanted, right? And so there was a lot more demand, both retail, Asia, Japan, et cetera, than was fulfilled today. Yes, there will be people in venture that mid-August, when the lockup, remember, this is a dribble lockup. So it's much like the Cerebras dribble out. So it will start in mid-August. Some of this will start to be distributed. I imagine there are people, LPs and funds, that are hedging today. That's probably who's taking the other side of a lot of these trades today. So I don't expect that you're going to have some moment where there's some big overhang, because on the other side of that, you have index inclusion. I think the amount of demand coming from index inclusion is probably even more than the selling pressure that you're going to see from the distribution. But yes, it's going to take 3-6 months for this to shake out in terms of exactly where is the supply and demand. And remember, during that period of time, we're probably going to get a lot more deals announced. I know a lot more companies that are raising their hand and they're saying, hey, Elon and Gwen, do you have more of that compute that I can buy from you? Remember, there is a massive, massive compute shortage. We saw Fable 5 come out this week. That is, Anthropic's model that I think was probably trained and done sometime in January, February. There are models coming out after that. They don't have enough inference to serve the demand that's out there in the market today. So the world is starved compute. And so I think that you're going to see more deals announced by these guys. We got Starship launch coming in a month. And by the way, let's also remember, they're taking on risky stuff. We're going to have days on this show where Starship fails. Right? And the stock's going to be down 5% because Starship failed. Even though Starship, all their rockets have failed a lot over the course of the last 10 years. And on that given day, if it was a public stock, the stock would have been down on its way to higher highs, right? So there will be volatility embedded into this one. But structurally, I think there's plenty of demand to sop up any supply from SPVs or anything else.
Great answer.
We'll take a quick break. We have the world's first trillionaire. Okay? Wow. His name is Elon Musk. Our Robert Frank, following the money. We still want to talk about what's been happening in tech lately as well. We'll do it with Brad and the gang next.
Oh, I am hot today.
Remember, tilt your tail, twitch your whiskers, and say your mantra.
I am worthy of a par. Now I see why Ask Rory on Golf Pass is so popular. Visualize your next tee time on Golf Now.
I love the story. I love the drama that is business. A great interview is when you can get the subject to tell you something that you never expected, that you never imagined. My ambition is to help the viewer connect the dots, to understand the context so that we, all of us, can actually make our own judgments. Oh, I love what I do. I can't imagine doing anything else.
Now 9 a.m. to noon.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street.
What's moving? This is unbelievable. What's breaking?
We are getting some breaking news now out of the Fed.
The biggest guests, the market action. Right here. Now 9 a.m. to noon. Squawk on the Street, CNBC.
to talk to some of the brightest, some of the smartest, some of the most important people on a daily basis.
This is not just good content. This is good business. It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you actually might get some useful information.
Generative AI has the chance to transform every customer experience.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
I'm with Becky. This is the greatest show on earth.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime.
Get the essential post-market edge.
A very busy overtime.
After-hours action and opportunities.
The economic impact is just beginning.
Closing Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern, CNBC.
What made you confident that you could do something that hadn't been done before?
I have no fear of failure.
Trailblazing women changing the game.
One of my favorite pieces of advice, think about what your boss's boss needs. Leadership can look in many, many different forms. It really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Life is short and you just got to think big to accomplish big things.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. New episodes every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
With ServiceNow's AI Control Tower, we've got eyes on all our AI in one place.
Yep, I've got total visibility, total security, zero blind spots. Watch it.
Found a blind spot.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC, and streaming on CNBC+.
We're back. Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire just moments ago as SpaceX goes public. Robert Frank joins us now with more. Hey, Robert.
Scott, good to see you. Well, I've been covering wealth for over 20 years. This is one of those major moments to talk about because Elon Musk just becoming the world's first trillionaire. At that trading price right now of around $160, his stake in SpaceX now worth $820 billion. You add in that Tesla stake worth about $280 billion, and his total net worth as we have it right now is over $1.1 trillion. So Elon Musk is worth more than the next 5 richest billionaires in the world combined. His personal fortune is larger than the GDPs of Sweden, Ireland, or Taiwan. Today's IPO alone added more than $300 billion to his net worth. So just today, he added more wealth than Jeff Bezos' entire net worth. Now, for more on the millionaires and billionaires being created by the SpaceX IPO and the largest liquidity event ever and how these folks are investing, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. Scott?
All right, Robert, thanks so much. That's Robert Frank. You got a thought on this? I mean, it's obviously combining everything.
I do.
His Tesla stake, and that's how you get to 1T.
I do. You know, on the one hand, I think it's important to realize that success like this is a feature of our system, not a bug. It drives the GDP of the country. It grows aggregate wealth in the country. But the reason we started Invest America and Trump Accounts 4 years ago is because the returns on capital today are radically greater than the returns on labor, which means we have a growing wealth gap and we can have trillionaires. But now we need to get capital into the pockets of every child born so that they can compound in the upside of SpaceX, in Alphabet, in all of our great companies, like everybody else in the market. 60 to 70% of people today don't compound in the upside of our capital markets. I think you'll see a lot of announcements in the weeks ahead. You know, you've seen some of them rumored in the press about people are going to be donating shares perhaps or dollars into these accounts. We're at the very beginning of the largest change to the social contract in the history of this country, where every child, every citizen compounds in a capital account from birth. That will help to close the gap. I celebrate Elon getting to, you know, the top of the podium today. I just want to make sure that we change the system enough so that everybody else feels like they're on the same team, that they're winning when America wins. This is a day America is winning. We need to celebrate that, and everybody needs to feel like they're winning.
All right. And coming up, we'll have more on this blockbuster IPO today, the biggest ever. The committee's take on the broader tech trade, including Brad's as well.
Only the ServiceNow AI Control Tower lets you see all your AI in one place.
I'm tracking all our AI agents.
That's HR, IT, customer service.
You've got your eye on all your AI. I rap too.
So many talents.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
You guys heading up north soon?
Yeah, we've got Lizzie for a couple weeks this summer.
Taking her fishing, I hope. That's the plan.
Doors. Connect us to what's important.
Excited, sweetie?
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor helps you build a personalized, tax-smart investment strategy, identifying opportunities across your entire portfolio. And when life surprises you, your plan can change too. Because doors were meant to be opened.
Next stop for NASCAR on Prime, Pocono. I've been looking forward to this one.
Well, fire this thing up.
Here we are, the tricky triangle. Tricky's an understatement. Taming the triangle ain't easy.
We're in the wall hard.
Oh my God. But it's worth it. Junior, ease up. This is fun scene. NASCAR. It's on Prime. Come on.
Stream Pocono, Sunday. NASCAR. It's on Prime. Start your 30-day free trial.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
All right, we are back. We touched the market, by the way, which is green across the board. There's just continued optimism that we're going to get to a deal regarding the war in Iran. And that started yesterday late afternoon, and it's followed through today. And maybe the biggest IPO of all time, going off without a hitch, trading well, and the optimism in and of itself that that represents is part of the reason why the stock market is now green across the board as well. Let me ask you before I let you go, what do you make of what's happened with tech lately, particularly chips, memory? Was that an inflection point that we just hit, or what's the story here?
Yeah, I said last time I was on, we saw Anthropic's revenue in February and March. It lit a fuse under the market. We went parabolic in the semis sector in April and May. But remember, this is a tale of two stories in tech. Software is down 8% on the year. Internet's down 15% on the year. This has been about the semiconductor and AI compute trade almost exclusively in technology. That's what's propping up the indexes, right? And so this all hangs on the fact that we're going to consume more tokens in the future. The second anybody starts questioning whether or not we need this much AI compute will be really hard for the market. I happen to be bullish on that, but that's what you need to keep your eye on.
What timetable do you think we have to look at there?
Yeah, as far as I can see, out into 28, 29. We have natural constraints. There is not a dark GPU. This is not dark fiber. There are no dark GPUs. What is the natural constraint? We can only produce so many wafers in the world, so many memory wafers, so many logic wafers. That prevents us from building as much compute as we would otherwise go ahead and build.
As long as CapEx continues to go higher, which we're seeing it from Google, from Meta, from Oracle, I mean, the story is alive and well. And then you do want to own a lot of these companies that are getting pulled back, like the semiconductor companies.
As long as they continue to spend. I think we've reached full-on crazy town personally. You look at the second-order effects, the PHLX and the SOX, the move in those over the last 2-3 months. I've started to rotate into financials and REITs because I think that's probably the safer way to
Well, what happens if, to Brad's point, and certainly, the analyst community is coming to realize that maybe they grossly underestimated the earnings power of the Microns and the other memory names and some of those key components within the AI universe, and the price action is not necessarily reflective of a valuation story being completely out of whack. You got like less than 10 times on Micron. The price action's got people a little bit nosebleedy.
But we've also gotten to a place where now it's not the second order or even the third order effects. You have people trying to go downstream and find what's going to be the best supplier of, hammers to the construction companies building the data centers for the hyperscalers. Like, it's really gotten to a place where we've gotten way too frothy in terms of what's the extra thing that they need next. What's going to be supply constrained is the way that I'll phrase it. I think that is a good indication that we're probably due for a slowdown in that theme, at least near term. And so that's why I'm not talking about leaving tech completely. That'd be crazy. But I just think as you're taking gains, a couple of great places to look to rotate into, REITs, also the financials.
Well, you got about a 29% gain in SpaceX now, 174 thereabouts is where the stock is currently trading. You have a final trade for us today? Did you come with one?
I do. Jeffries. I'm going to stay on his theme. If you believe financials are picking up, this is an incredibly inexpensive way to play it. Capital markets look like they're doing great. They're leveraged to that. I think Jeffries.
Who's got Goldman?
Speaking of financials, you know who else is having a great day?
You may not. I was going to say you're not buying the SpaceX
the lead
IPO,
underwriter
but
of
you're
this
buying the lead.
IPO. Yes.
All right, Steph.
You need natural gas to build data centers. You need that power. Kinder Morgan.
You got one?
Yeah, on the pullback over the last week in semis, semis are down pretty significantly. Today, they're getting a little bit of a bounce. I would say SK Hynix. Back to your point, 7 times 2027 numbers, the single greatest bottleneck in the production of tokens.
Great having you here again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's make this a regular thing. The exchange is now.
A momentous day at the NASDAQ and at Starbase in Texas this morning, with the SpaceX team ringing the opening bell of the biggest IPO of all time. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. SpaceX shares, well, they're trading around $174 this hour, just under that, after pricing at $135 and opening at $150 just over an hour ago. The company now has a valuation of over $2 trillion. That's more than Tesla, Meta, Eli Lilly, Walmart, or JP Morgan. We've got every angle of this market milestone covered today. Seema Modi, Leslie Picker, and Morgan Brennan are live at the NASDAQ, and an all-star panel of tech and market experts will speak to shortly. Seema, let's begin with you, right in the middle of the action there.
Well, Kelly, SpaceX's first trade on the NASDAQ, it happened a lot sooner than the market was anticipating. The market makers here saw enough balance between buyers and sellers that they, along with the stabilization agents, felt it was ready to open at around 11:45 a.m. Eastern. Get this, about $17 billion of SpaceX shares changed hands in the first 5 minutes of trade. And the NASDAQ telling us now about 250 million shares have traded. That's about half of the size of the IPO with 3 hours left in trade. Guys, the vibe check here, as you saw at the open, a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm. Hundreds of SpaceX employees, along with NASDAQ's executives, convening around this IPO desk around me. And I met one SpaceX employee just in the last hour. He joined about 7 years ago. His compensation was $150,000 with a lot of equity. Today, a big moment for him and his family.
I read, what is there, a 1,000 or so millionaires as a result of where the company's being traded today, Seema?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's one thing to read it, Kelly, but to meet some of these individuals who work in finance, HR, IT engineers who never saw this day coming and were told in November of last year that now they're going to take SpaceX public, and all that equity that they had sort of stored in the back would now become a realization and something that they could use. Now, I was told by that same individual who works in finance, who has a lot of equity, that within 2 months he'll be able to start selling and realize some of those gains.
I mean, I was struck by the interview that Morgan did with the woman who basically runs the company, and she said, yeah, she wasn't sure if they would ever go public. So here we are. They have, and it's in public hands to a small extent now. Seema, thank you very much. Seema Modi, really appreciate it. Let's turn our attention over to Leslie Picker. She's at the NASDAQ now, but Leslie, you've had a busy morning to take a look at how this all came together. And let's remind everybody, there was always the fear going into an IPO of this size that it might not hold the IPO price, probably not in Tesla's case, but it's always a risk. There was that concern about the retail participation. So there was a lot of pressure on the teams behind the scenes to make sure this goes right. And questions still about to what extent they might be either supporting the trade or doing so in the days and weeks to come.
It's kind of remarkable, Kelly, because so much about this process was new and different. We really didn't know how today would turn out. They went to market, they went on their roadshow. SpaceX did with $135 fixed price, which typically for any IPO, you'll see a range and you test demand within that range. And, $135 per share, they told investors basically you take it or you leave it. And as we can see from the fact that they kept to that price in the final pricing last night, and indicative of today's trading up about 29%, investors basically said, okay, yeah, we will do this at $135 per share. I was told in terms of the book, about 70% of it was long onlys and sovereign wealth funds, about 20% was retail, and 10% was kind of smaller asset managers as well as hedge funds. In terms of the banks themselves who operated this process, we did get a final prospectus this morning which showed the total fee pool being about $500 million. That was broken down based on the two co-lead managers, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. They took the lion's share there, about 20% for each of those. That amounted to $100 million that Goldman and Morgan Stanley will be taking home. And you can see Bank of America, Citigroup, and JP Morgan taking home about 15% of that $500 million fee pool. And Kelly, you asked the question about how much is being stabilized. Usually the green shoe, which is the over-allotment option, is only really stabilizing or pushing the stock higher if it drops in trading. So the fact that it's up about 29%, we don't know if it's been exercised at this point in time. If it has, given the shares are trading higher, it could actually mean that this company is able to raise about $11.25 billion more from this offering, given the over-allotment option and essentially the short that Morgan Stanley has. They sold more shares. They sold 15% more shares as part of this green shoe. And if the stock is trading higher, then the company just issues more in order to kind of cover that. And that is how they generate about $11.25 billion in proceeds. So that's something to watch. And then, of course, I believe we have this tweet showing, I think, Elon Musk and the company thought the green shoe idea was very fun. And they sent green shoes to the lead underwriters. You can see there, we saw it on the floor earlier today, everybody walking around in kind of their green shoes. Hopefully a good omen, I guess, to raise that additional capital as part of this deal.
So, Leslie, how much, I remember 80 billion was originally the number going around. How much do you think they ended up raising overall?
Well, they raised $75 billion as part of this offering. It was the largest IPO we've ever seen. The green shoe itself would add an additional $11.25 billion to that. Whether it's exercised today or they have about 30 days to do it, remains to be seen. It's likely they will issue it if they feel comfortable with where the stock is trading. If it's trading higher, they will most likely exercise that. But, I guess that's what, $86 billion total for this IPO.
And as you said, just the 75 number was already, the high mark. So more to come possibly. Leslie, appreciate it. Leslie Picker, we'll leave you for now. Elon Musk celebrating the IPO down in Texas, but SpaceX's president and COO is in New York. And she sat down exclusively with our own Morgan Brennan, who joins us now with the highlights. Morgan, I referred to one of them earlier. And the fact that she started at this company 24, how many people have worked with Elon Musk for 24 years? I mean, she's extraordinary.
Not that many, but I will say the bench around Elon Musk in general at SpaceX is extraordinary. It is impressive. And you have a number of longstanding employees, including Gwen Shotwell, and also the CFO, Brett Johnson, has been here at SpaceX for a very long time. You just mentioned green shoes. Green shoes are better than short shorts. Remember that when Elon Musk did that with Tesla? It's another historic launch for SpaceX, this time in public markets. You just heard it from Leslie, $75 billion raised. That's a record even before that green shoe is enacted, if it is. And yet, the final book was so many times oversubscribed. There was so much demand for this offering. So in the second exclusive and live interview with SpaceX President and CEO Gwen Shotwell earlier today, before trading started, I might add, I asked about that decision to hold steady with that take it or leave it offering price and the size for the offering.
Not everything has to get done on the first day, right? I think there's opportunity as we proceed down the path.
Okay. So you don't feel like you've left capital on the table when you see indications of $170 to $175 a share?
The book that we set up that we've been working over the last couple weeks is really a great book. We're really looking for investors that want to stick with us for the long term, and I feel really proud about what we've done.
So Shotwell, Musk, and CFO Johnson, they've all been very clear in that message that investors should be patient. As Shotwell explained to me in our first sit-down, that SpaceX investment thesis is really based on the future, but it's built on a track record of technological breakthroughs and subsequent commercialization. That has happened in space launch with reusable rockets. It's happened in broadband with service from low Earth orbit with Starlink. And now it all converges with AI. So I asked Shotwell whether, as some reports have suggested, that the first orbital AI data centers could be deployed as soon as next year, which would actually be faster than what was forecasted previously.
I think we'll be launching the full AI-1 satellites late next year, but we will be putting compute on some of the Starlink broadband and the Starlink mobile satellites prior. We want to make sure we understand the operation. We love doing kind of canary sats and canary work before we fly the real thing.
Well, so all of the content, both of these exclusive sit-down interviews with Shotwell, as well as an inside look at that Starship rocket factory at Starbase in Texas, where Musk and the rest of the SpaceX workforce are today. It's all online at cnbc.com. Go take a look.
I encourage everyone, Morgan, the piece that you wrote just recapping all of this, including her comments, but kind of reminding everyone the scope of what the company's doing right now. It answered all of my questions. I mean, I think if I'm remembering correctly, they have 9,600 satellites orbiting Earth right now in order to kind of provide Starlink. They're doing, what was it, like a rocket launch a month? And it was like 80% of the rocket launches are on using these reusable rockets. I mean, there's so many fascinating stats in there that really do tell you how far the company has come.
Yeah, well, and the Falcon 9 fleet, we actually saw a launch, another Starlink launch on a Falcon 9 this morning before the opening bell, too. So we're now higher than that 9,600 Starlinks deployed on orbit number. But in terms of the Starship rocket, this is one of those metrics. I asked Shotwell what investors should be watching in terms of metrics to realize this future that's been laid out by the team there. And one of the things she said is pay attention to Starship. And Starship is this next generation, ultimately going to be fully reusable rocket that they are building down at Starbase. They just did a successful test flight a couple of weeks ago, and what she had told me was that that cadence is going to ramp to monthly flights here. And just to give you an idea of how much is under the hood at SpaceX, I mean, the manufacturing prowess and what goes into that, they are currently turning out one Starship rocket and spacecraft a month, and she wants to get that down to 2 per week. And when you see all of that happen, it's going to drive launch costs even lower, and that's what's going to enable AI, satellites in space and all the rest of it, including ultimately colonization on Mars.
As tall as the Statue of Liberty, but I have not been to a launch, so again, trying to imagine just the scope of what's undertaken is really something. Morgan, thanks for bringing us all of that.
You got added to the bucket list.
Yeah. A wise person once told me, whatever's on the bucket list, just do it now. So I guess got to make it happen maybe in the next couple of years. Morgan, thanks. Morgan Brennan. Let's bring in Jim Cramer now. He's the host of CNBC's Mad Money, of course. Jim, the stock's at the highs of the day.
Look, this was beautifully done. It was an A+. Everybody involved did a terrific job. The two book runners, retail for Morgan Stanley, institutional for Goldman, they're superb. I've not seen a deal done as well as this one that I can recall. I'm sure, obviously, Elon Musk had a great deal to do with it. That would be wrong not to say that, but really perfect, Kelly. It's just a fantastic job. I've said that I thought it could go up to 2.5 trillion. It might do that, but you got in at a good price. People who want to buy more, who got in, are going to have a very good average. It's really just very well done.
You know what I was struck by, Jim? And CNBC, again, I feel like I'm giving out too many shout-outs today, but they have this great piece talking to a lot of retail investors in the IPO. And the hilarious part of it was almost all of the retail investors acknowledged, yeah, it's probably overvalued in the short run. Yeah, the valuation is high, but they all had this sense of kind of wanting a piece of this for the long run. I know there's also a lot of people who just wanted to be in for the first day IPO pop, so we'll see whether they can kind of hang on for the longer term, because can you imagine what this company's quarterly results are going to be like? And Gwynne Shotwell talked to Morgan about this. They don't care. That thing could be up, down 80%. It's going to be a mess, right, for a long time. So,
well, but that's okay. You can buy more. My friend Brad Gersher said a lot of really good things about what the actual deal means. I feel like that in some ways we're losing everywhere against the Chinese, or at least the press makes us feel like it. But we're not losing in space. We're not losing in space because Elon Musk has a vision. You're allowed to buy a piece of what Elon Musk is doing. I'm very proud. I think that at a certain point I'd like to have it for my charitable trust. I talk about it, so I can't. But Kelly, sometimes deals are done and they really pop just as much as they should, and they attract people. It's not outrageous. It's not Cerebras. It's not Figma. It's just a very good deal, very well priced, and people who want to buy it, I think, should absolutely go do it. So there's nothing embarrassing about it. There's always a couple of people who are they're kind of house bears, and you can dig them up, and they're going to come up with a lot of negative things. But I've been seeing that since I got in. I walked down Wall Street 44 years ago when the Dow was at about 1,000, and the same naysayers, some of them are still around, but we got new naysayers. They kind of do the same thing, and they've kept people from being wealthy, and their jobs, the people who have the regular jobs, that would never make them wealthy. And I feel like we should want to encourage wealth, and this one is ultimately going to make people a lot of money.
Do you think, though, Jim, that people are going to have to think really long-term about, when you buy it at 2.5 in the valuation, I mean, look at Tesla. Its market cap hasn't moved around all that much in recent years. So, buy it, own it, put it away, whatever. But I guess that's what I mean. I expect there to be quite a lot of volatility in the near term. It might take a while for this one to really be, a massive wealth builder.
Well, Kelly, the Chinese targeted robots and they targeted cars. And when the PLA and the Chinese government get together, they can really wreck a lot of industries, as many working people in our country know. I think that Elon Musk will not tolerate that. And so therefore, I think that we're going to own space. This is a person who uniquely understands how important owning space is. And I think that I want to be with him. I don't care. And by the way, he has things in his head right now that are probably far more valuable than what we see and just hasn't articulated. That's the same thing that Jensen Huang, another genius, did. He had a lot of things in his head that hadn't been fully articulated, that have been all coming true. I think there's more to this company than what's in the prospectus. And I think that, I don't know, personally, I'm proud. Proud to be an American today. I know to be reflective to sound almost silly because we're talking about pieces of paper, but I think this one is more than a piece of paper. I think this reminds me very much of when we landed on the moon, and I realized that we had beaten the Russians. And at that point, I know it sounds hard to believe, but the Russians in the press were supposed to be beating us in everything, in every part of technology. And we won that race, and something changed in our country where we believed that we were superior. We since then, of course, fell back and believed that the Russians were superior again. There's always some people who, I guess, are supposed to be superior, but right now, today, we are.
Well, 176.52 is the high so far. We're just a couple dollars off that for the
session. I don't want it to be that much higher. I want people to be able to get in and not feel like they missed the opportunity. It's so different from Figma. It's so different from Cerebras. And by the way, the same people were involved, but they really learned a lesson. They did a good job. Congratulations to both these firms. They don't hear enough good. They usually are hectored. Even in ads that I see, they're hectored. Goldman Sachs partners make fun of them. Having worked at Goldman, you know what? I'm not making fun of anybody today.
Jim, really appreciate you joining us. It's great to get your reaction.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks so much. Jim Cramer over at the New York Stock Exchange. Coming up, from the largest IPO in history to now the 6th largest U.S. company by market cap. We're talking about SpaceX, of course. Makes them bigger than Broadcom, Tesla, Meta, or Micron. What impact will it have on the markets broadly and on the IPO pipeline? That's next. Plus, a C-suite view of SpaceX with former Honeywell chairman and CEO Dave Cote. What will it take to scale the company coming off the largest IPO of all time? The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow,
any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
Have fun with Lizzie this summer.
Doors connect us to what's important. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll help you build a personalized investment strategy. Doors were meant to be open.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
efficient full-line automaker in America. The fun-to-drive hybrid lineup from Honda.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
SpaceX is now the largest IPO in history. The near $75 billion fundraise is more than double the previous record from Saudi Aramco back in 2019. For more on the sheer size of the listing and the implications now, let's turn to Dan Primack, Alex Kantrowitz, and Simeon Hyman. It's great to have you all here. I guess, Simeon, I'll start with you. You're sitting right across from me. What are your thoughts and reactions now? The company's in the markets at a roughly $2 trillion valuation, and the IPO price is probably meaningfully above what a lot of people were expecting.
The one thing that I don't hear much talk about is the fact that we're playing a little catch-up here. IPO volumes are still substantially below where they were in 2020 and 2021. Now, we know we had SPACs back then, but still, there's room here. And, of course, we can't even call it incubation, but the much longer period that companies are staying private has left some real room for catch-up here, and I think that's part of what we're seeing.
You're with ProShares, obviously, global investment strategist there. Tell me about these kind of levered funds. What role are they going to play?
We expect to be trading on Monday with SPCF, and that's going to offer 2 times the daily performance of SpaceX, which is just a very convenient way for folks to get more exposure, less cash. You don't have to worry about a margin call, and you buy it with a ticker. And I think if you combine the quick inclusion in the indices, so the passive demand is going to be there, the stock itself, and a levered opportunity, you got 3 very powerful legs of the stool for the ecosystem to be trading very robustly.
What are your most popular levered ETFs right now?
TQQQ is always, at the top of the list. Very often it's the highest volume security. That's 3x the daily performance of the NASDAQ. But we also have a suite of single stock ETFs as well. The largest of those is CRCA on Circle.
It is. The largest is on Circle?
That is on Circle.
Still, with the crypto winter and everything that's been going on.
Still
we'll see if SpaceX surpasses it then. Dan Primack, what are your thoughts?
My big thought, he just said there's room to catch up. My big thought is this went so smoothly. As Kramer said earlier, there's now a playbook for an AI and Anthropic, right? They may raise more, they may raise less, but they're going to be similar in terms of size, in terms of valuation probably, and in terms of the amount of money raised. And a big piece of that was start early, right? SpaceX and Goldman started talking to investors back in January, kind of testing the waters, and had to keep talking to them, right? Because things kept changing, the XAI acquisition, the quasi-acquisition of Cursor. Start early and keep telling the story. And I think given that you've got a lot of the same banks, obviously they're going to be involved next time. We now have a playbook, and because things just went so smoothly, also including the exchange. Remember, one of the last times we had a huge NASDAQ IPO was Facebook. That was a disaster from a technical perspective, right? Things didn't work. This has worked swimmingly so far, kind of regardless of the price.
It opened much sooner, I think, than a lot were expecting. Dan, is an important part of the success story now to have direct retail participation? Do you think they would keep that aspect for OpenAI, Anthropic, and others?
They may. I mean, look, Elon has kind of an affinity for retail in general, both because he's got this massive fan club. He also has some retail businesses, right? Tesla is essentially a retail business, and I know retail sales and retail shareholders aren't the same thing, but he kind of has an affinity toward that. But I wouldn't be surprised. Again, given that this worked well, I don't see any reason why those companies wouldn't do the same. Again, considering they will probably raise either the second and third largest IPOs in history or the first and second.
My counter to your point, Dan, might be that in a weird way, although Elon Musk himself can be a volatile person, Tesla as a company has become kind of a trusted known name at this point. I mean, it's held its valuation for many years now, again, with a plus or minus of 40% in any given year. The point being, those other companies, OpenAI in particular, probably carry less, I don't know. I mean, they're more unfamiliar to the public, and they might not have that retail interest that kind of gave it an extra source of curiosity. So I would wonder if in that way we can't necessarily think that it would be able to be as smooth as this one.
I don't think they have the devotion to the founder that Tesla and SpaceX has, right? Again, this just group of people who will follow Elon everywhere. But in terms of name recognition, I mean, I haven't looked at the latest, polling probably on this. I think most people know what OpenAI is. I think it's probably one of the biggest brands in the country at this point, despite being relatively new. And even SpaceX, what SpaceX is today in June of 2026 isn't even what it was 6 months ago, right? With the XAI integration. Originally it was really kind of a launch business in Starlink, and it has changed completely. I still think Starlink's the most important piece of the business, but it has changed a lot just in the past 6 months. Who knows what OpenAI will be in 6 months from now?
My final comment on that is I can't imagine. I thought what Jim said about SpaceX was in a way so important. And I can't imagine him having something similar to say about OpenAI. I mean, most people, whether it's retail investors, they're not standing up there and going, maybe they say, I'm glad we're winning in the AI race, but I don't think they're going, it's so great that...
Well, Jim's got a space thing, but remember, the launch...
I think we all do, though. We know it's strategically important, and it's hard to do, and it takes capital, and here's someone kind of doing it against the odds. I'm not sure there's the same emotional connection, except maybe in a little bit of a scary way to ChatGPT.
There may not be, but I don't think there's an emotional connection to NVIDIA either. And granted, that's not an IPO, but look where it's trading. I don't think anyone has an emotional affinity for chips.
Yeah, and then you could name the other mega caps too, with kind of a blessing and a curse reputation to them. Alex Kantrowitz, you want to weigh in on that question?
Yeah, I think what SpaceX has done today is really dip into the pockets of OpenAI and Anthropic. Of course, those are the two IPOs that are coming. They'll be $1 trillion at least. And what Elon's done is he's gone out ahead with an AI story. If you looked at the total addressable market that Elon was talking to the market about, 28.5 trillion, 26.5 trillion of that is artificial intelligence. And like Dan said, there was no artificial intelligence play within SpaceX a year ago. The company, even XAI, was floundering with Grok. Grok wasn't really working very well. And then all of a sudden, before the IPO window hits, it inks this deal with Google at $30 billion and Anthropic with $15 billion, and all of a sudden has a credible AI story that it's taking to the market with an IPO. That was money that probably would have otherwise gone to an OpenAI or Anthropic, and now it's going to Elon.
Alex, what else would you add in terms of the company has now it's in the public markets? Some have wondered whether it's taking capital away from some of the other mega cap names over the past couple of weeks.
Well, I would say, this is just the beginning, right? And even though SpaceX is a story stock right now, its earnings are going to be much lower than any company in the echelon of valuation that it has, it's going to eventually have to back it up. Maybe not, this year or next year, but at a certain point, the numbers are going to have to be there. And again, I think its success will ride with the AI wave's success. If AI goes according to plan, then SpaceX will have, a credible stake in the winnings there. But if it doesn't, you're going to look at this big story that it took to market. It's going to be a communications business with Starlink and a space business with the space launch activity within the company, and it's just not going to measure up to the promises today. So again, this is the beginning, not the end, and we'll have to wait and see about the performance on the market.
Absolutely. Simeon, what would you sort of add?
In the context of this is the biggest IPO ever, I think it's easy to forget that only a tiny, tiny piece of this company just went public. So if you keep that in mind, it's in everybody's best interest for not only today to go well, but for there to be legs to the story.
I see. Perfect segue to our next discussion. Dan, Alex, and Simeon, thank you. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all of your time. If you hold an ETF like the VOO from Vanguard or BlackRock's IVV, in other words, the broad kind of market, you'll be waiting until mid-2027 for SpaceX exposure. And that's because the S&P refused to adopt a fast-track rule for massive IPOs like the NASDAQ did. Our next guest says he doesn't agree one iota with S&P's decision here. Let's bring back Peter Haynes. He's the head of Index and Market Structure Research at TD Securities. Peter, great to see you again. Explain.
Well, we got to step back and say, what's the purpose of an index? An index is there to represent the market and a particular segment of the market. In the case of the S&P 500, is large caps. And as you mentioned, and as your previous guests were talking about index inclusion for SpaceX, it is accurate to say that SpaceX will be included in almost every important U.S. benchmark except for the S&P 500, and that is because S&P, I would say shockingly, decided not to follow the consultation that they gave to the street, which had suggested they would allow the mega caps like SpaceX into the index within 6 months, or be eligible for the index within 6 months. What I don't like about that decision, first of all, I would have actually looked for it to even happen faster than that. And what I don't like about that decision is, as you say, it's now at least 1 year, but we also still have a rule that says that companies being included or eligible for the 500 index have to be profitable. And it could be some time before any of these large mega IPOs that we're talking about that have huge valuations may be profitable, and those names will sit on the sidelines and not be part of what is arguably the most important bellwether benchmark in the U.S.
Yeah, that said, Peter, look, if they didn't have some kind of vetting process, they don't need to exist. You can just have it be an automatic thing. The other thing, though, that I was going to mention is we don't know after today what happens. This company, and Gwen Shotwell alluded to this herself, the earnings could be messy for a while. I mean, it could end up being down 40% after a couple of bad earnings reports where people are reminded that this is still an early stage company in highly volatile businesses. So if all of a sudden 6 or 9 months from now, we're 30 or 40% below where we are today, I don't think anyone's going to be complaining that it's not in the S&P 500.
It is accurate to say that if we are in that position 3 or 4 months from now, people will say, I'm glad it's not in the index. But let's understand that they're making a bet in saying that, and that's not the job of the index provider. In my opinion, S&P is making a huge bet against what is arguably very valuable companies. The market is pricing these stocks, whether you agree or not, at trillion-dollar companies, and not including them in the primary benchmarks that cover that segment of the market for an extended period of time is, in my opinion, not the right decision. To the point about the index provider, I have a lot of respect for the index providers. I think they did a great job, and S&P, asking the market what would be the right thing to do here. But in the case of S&P, there's already a significant number of companies in their 1,500 indices, the 500, the 600, and the 400, that are not profitable. They may have been profitable temporarily when they were included, but they're not profitable now. And what this does is it does set up for an opportunity, because the profit tests exist, for a merger to take place. And when you move different segments within the 500, the 600, and the 400, you don't have to be profitable. So I do think that profit test is a little bit outdated, and would argue again that these are very large companies and they won't be represented in the benchmark for some time. And I think that's a mistake.
One final piece of pushback. I appreciate. I want to continue having this conversation because it's not going to be just them we're talking about either on this. But to me, the S&P 500 is also largely a vehicle that goes into retirement plans and retirement accounts. And these are people building wealth over years, if not decades of time. Also, you can still go buy SpaceX if you want to. Now, literally anybody can go do it. I think the bigger concern would be degrading the quality of the S&P 500 because there's too many companies that aren't profitable enough to support a market cap they might get for whatever reason. So for me, from a very long-term point of view, given the exposure people have to literally being able to provide for themselves in the future, I don't mind a little bit of a wait-and-see period.
Well, Microsoft took 8 to 10 years to get in the S&P 500. And if you think back to Microsoft, would we have made that decision of taking that long to get that stock in the index back when it was added in the 90s? I think we're making a bet here. S&P's making a bet here. And it's their right. They are arguably the largest active manager in the world because they have an index committee that decides that Marvell and Flex should be the 2 stocks added to the 500 next week, which they've done. And those are subjective decisions. They have rules and they make decisions. So I respect the fact that they're going to stick by their rules. I don't agree with it because I think they're making a big bet.
All right, Peter, I love hearing your point of view on this. Thanks. And again, the smoothness so far, I think, has to some extent made your point, but we still have a little ways to go. Thanks for joining us once again, Peter. Peter Haynes with TD.
Thank you very much.
Coming up, so SpaceX went public. What now? Former Honeywell chairman and CEO Dave Cote is here with his take on what it takes for a company as it looks to scale the business. And as we head to break, SpaceX is now the 6th largest company by market cap, behind NVIDIA, Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. There you can see it, just at the top right of your screen. Valuation of $2.2 trillion puts it ahead of Broadcom, Tesla, Meta, and Micron. More after this.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Meet the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data, so you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful trading platform yet, Fidelity Trader Plus.
Day, June 23rd through the 26th.
Everyone sees the dream.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed. Talk to a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Become a smarter investor with CNBC Pro. Exclusive live events.
Seeing all my favorite anchors, it's been kind of like a dream come true. The opportunity to come here, it's unmatchable.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
We've heard a lot of talk today about how SpaceX is more than just rockets, a number of different businesses actually. And what will it take for the company to go from the capital raised today to build out the conglomerate it hopes to be one day? And how does it avoid making the wrong moves? Let's ask someone with firsthand experience, former Honeywell CEO Dave Cote. He's now the executive chairman of Vertiv, which specializes in powering and cooling data centers. It's so great to have you here. Appreciate you making the time.
Very nice of you, and I love you using the term conglomerate, and it's not a pejorative. It actually can be a very good thing, so thank you.
And maybe that's the place to start, because we were speaking about this briefly the other day, but your point was a conglomerate kind of by definition should exist if it outperforms the S&P 500, which we were just talking about. So do you think that's kind of the benchmark for SpaceX now?
Yeah, you have to outperform, because otherwise the investor argument that, hey, break it up into sectors, let us choose the sectors because you obviously can't outperform. So let us take a chance at doing it. But if you have a conglomerate like we did at Honeywell and like what we're building at GPGI that can outperform the S&P 500, well, now you're doing better than about 80% of investors. You definitely have a right to exist.
And it's hard to do. It's really hard to outperform.
Yeah, well, that's where the fun is.
Yeah.
Being able to do that is where the fun is.
So, look, again, these companies are hardly on autopilot. I think Musk makes that super obvious. There's lots of speculation about whether Tesla gets folded into it, or not. You know quite a bit about aeronautics, some of the satellite business, and so forth. Do you have any? I mean, do you think that this is all? We saw Jim Cramer's reaction earlier. I mean, it is quite a moment in many ways, but it's also a lot of challenges. What are your thoughts and reactions here to the IPO and the share price, and now its entry into the public markets?
Yeah, I probably ought to put my judgment on companies like this into context, because it was about 12 or 15 years ago. I was watching CNBC and saw that Tesla had a market cap of $28 billion. And I thought, oh, man, that's a short if I ever saw one. It's over $1 trillion.
Exactly.
It shows what I know.
You are hardly the only one, by the way. All of us have expressed skepticism about some of the, and I was going to ask about the comp, too. I mean, a lot of the executive comp is tied to these incredible performance benchmarks. This one may be a little outlandish with Mars, but Musk got into a lawsuit because he hit his performance benchmarks of Tesla. Right. I mean, that's the craziest part of the story. They set them so high, and he hit them, but these payouts were enormous. So, if anyone has, to some extent, proven the doubters wrong, he has.
Oh, absolutely. And that's so I look at the numbers now, and any of the like discounted cash flow work anybody does, you go, okay, this just doesn't make any sense. But he has this incredible ability to actually really turn it into something. And yeah, he gets paid a lot, but he's generated a lot too, not just for his investors, but what he does for the economy. So all the more power to him. I'm rooting for him. I hope he's successful. I love seeing space as a frontier that we're attacking a lot more aggressively than we did in the past. We had a 40, 50-year hiatus where we really blew a head start that we'd had for a long time and just kind of went into this nadir. He's reinvigorating that, the stuff that he's doing, Bezos. I mean, I love seeing it.
They said, according to one of the guys we were just speaking with, that they might try to get data centers out there in space in the next year or so. And that you sure that's not something that, Vertiv needs to worry? I guess Vertiv could be involved. Well, you don't need to cool them if they're out there. But I know you said earlier, which is, look, there's going to be tons of market, for everybody out there. But does there become a point in which the saturation and the valuations for the AI infrastructure build out, we start to say, okay, maybe this needs a little bit of a cooling off point?
Cooling off, interesting choice of terms for the. So a couple of questions in there. One, I would say, is this an AI bubble? Which it's been the shortest bubble in history, because 4 months after it theoretically started, everybody was talking about, is it a bubble? The reality is we're only like 40 years into the digital age. Industrial age, 100, 150 years. We're only 40 years into this one. It runs on data and processing data. So you got to store it, you got to process it. Even quantum computing requires digital storage of data in order to draw on it. This is not a bubble. This still has a long way to go. And data centers are going to be fundamental to all of it. When it comes to data centers in space, interestingly, while it is cold out there, it doesn't cool the chips because it's in a vacuum. So you have to come up with a different way of still cooling the chips because they still get hot and will stop performing at some point. So that is one of the things that has to get figured out. And yes, we are involved with this. The other big thing that's going to have to get sorted out is how do you service a problem? So whether a solar panel gets hit, some of the mechanical equipment stops working, the server doesn't work anymore for some reason. Today it's easy. The service guy goes in, can switch out a server, fix whatever. So you'll need a lot of like super redundant systems or failure proof or automation in order to fix things, or figure out how to get service people to go up to space and fix stuff. So there are things to sort out, but I think it's an exciting prospect, and we're involved. So I'm all in favor of it.
Yeah, it makes me think maybe it really truly is the next frontier. I myself was chuckling at the headlines a year ago about data centers in space, and now here we are. I listen to you and I go, yeah, I guess we're going to have to solve all of these problems.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of investment. Maybe there are other companies that are going to come to the markets with the capital or startup. I don't know if you've evaluated any of these or if they're, if that pipeline looks healthy, but that this is kind of what could begin this. And it takes a lot of capital. This is not the software age. I mean, you used to be able to, start a SaaS company with a couple of people and like a good enterprise product.
Yeah.
This is very different.
Well, again, there's two aspects to this, because one is there is software involved. So you've got the kind of the agent companies, but they all have to use data. And the data has to be stored and has to be processed. And right now, data centers are the only alternative. And AI is just the next step in the digital age transformation. There will be something after AI. I don't know what it is, but there will be something, because we're just so short tenured into this digital age era. So there's a lot more to come here.
Are you comfortable with our position vis-a-vis China in all of this?
I would say yes. I do think that we're ahead overall. It scares me when everybody, it's like they kind of put their dunce caps on again and want to break the weaving looms, as opposed to saying,
the pushback on data
how do we, there's issues to resolve, energy, water, that kind of stuff. But let's focus on how do we address it, how do we fix it, so that we can really take off with everything we're doing, instead of everybody just, whoa, let's wait and figure this out. Man, that's the wrong way to approach.
Can we just send them to space? I mean, is that the kicker here? Can communities and states say, look, he's going to solve this. We're going to be able to literally outsource them. We don't have to.
Can't wait that line. I mean, who knows how long this takes to sort out? And I don't know that. But in the meantime, the race is on now, and it would be a significant mistake to do anything to halt it or impede it in some way.
David, it's been great to hear from you.
Kelly,
thanks so much for making the time. Really appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
David Cody. We've got some breaking news out of Washington. Eamon Javers, what's happening?
Kelly, a senior administration official just finished briefing reporters here in Washington, taking some questions about this deal with the Iranian government that is coalescing behind the scenes. This senior administration official saying that as of this morning, he would have been only about 70% confident that a deal is coming together. He said now, as of this hour, he is 80 to 85% confident that a deal is going to come together. But he's cautioned to say that although he feels very good about this deal, the senior administration official saying we are not quite at the finish line yet. So the administration, with this call, trying to sort of take the initiative here and push back on some of the leaks that we've seen from the Iranian side about what's actually in the deal. The senior administration walking through a couple of specifics on that point. One of the issues is removing the enriched uranium and nuclear material from Iran. The senior administration official said that point, the technical aspects of that point, haven't really been worked out yet. He said how you do that is going to take a little time to figure out. The technical details, he said, we're just not going to go down there with a backhoe and dig it up, so it's going to be a process. But he said ultimately he's confident there's a commitment to do that. And the officials saying, in terms of the Israeli government, which has been one of the trickiest diplomatic issues in all of this, the president did speak to Bibi Netanyahu about this yesterday. The senior administration official saying, asked if the supreme leader had signed off on this in Iran, saying that we could take the commitment of the civilian and military side in Iran who have attested that he has. So a lot of blank spaces in terms of the specifics of the deal, but the U.S. administration really demonstrating on this call that this is going to be what they call a performance-based deal in which the U.S. doesn't give up anything on signing of the deal, and it will be done over stages so that if the Iranians live up to their commitments, then the U.S. will live up to its commitments. So think of that in terms of economic commitments from the U.S. that will be triggered at certain points along the way, Kelly.
We could be closer to the point at which we really feel like this is a done deal, especially with some big milestones, July 4th and otherwise looming. Eamon, thanks.
Yeah, he said there could be a signing ceremony in the coming days, but they don't have a location worked out just yet. So still some pieces of the puzzle coming together.
I love that piece of intrigue. Eamon Javers in Washington. Coming up, the SpaceX IPO is minting Elon Musk as the world's first trillionaire. We'll look at what it will take to keep him there next. And while Musk added another comma to his net worth, retail investors are looking to do the same today. As we head to break, here's what some of them told CNBC.com ahead of today's debut.
It's unreasonable, to be frankly honest with you. The valuation is really, really aggressive.
Never bet against Elon.
For me, this is a long-term investment that I'm hoping to hold not for a week or a month or even a year, but the next 10 plus years.
over. SpaceX shares trading at about $170 now, so that would make his stake in the company worth around $870 billion. He owns 39% of the shares in SpaceX, controls about 80% of the vote. His wealth now from SpaceX is more than 3 times his Tesla wealth. So based on Tesla's current trading price, that Tesla wealth now at around $280 billion. Added all together, Elon Musk is now worth over $1.1 trillion with a T. That is more than the next 5 richest people in the world combined. Elon Musk is now worth more than the next 5 richest billionaires in the world combined, and his personal fortune is larger than the GDPs of Sweden, Ireland, or Taiwan. Today's IPO added more than $300 billion to his net worth. So just today, he added more than Jeff Bezos' entire net worth. The SpaceX IPO also creating thousands of new millionaires who were employees of the company and took well below market salaries for years in return for stock. For more on the millionaires and billionaires being created by the SpaceX IPO and how they're investing, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
What's so amusing about it, I mean, there's so many things, but there are going to be people, rival billionaires, you mentioned Bezos or whatever, looking at this and going, but the company lost $5 billion last quarter, and this makes him a trillionaire. So my only question is, for those who are following along, what are the numbers where he drops below the trillionaire status?
I mean, at 135, he was at $980 million.
Wow. So basically,
and that presumes that Tesla stays where it is right now. So those who are worried about maintaining that trillionaire status, that's where it goes. But even there, he's worth 7 Warren Buffetts. It's hard even at a billionaire level to fathom the wealth that this represents.
And again, because this is a time when people want to come after wealth, I think it's just important to reiterate, if you want access to any of that wealth, you have to either sell shares and effectively you get the money, but you lose, the future. Well, there's tax. So I know they're all borrowing against it. It doesn't really matter the numbers.
Well, and Elon had borrowed against the SpaceX shares. He somehow relinquished most of those loans. There's a small portion of stock that he still has pledged as collateral. But basically, these aren't leveraged shares. So, he hasn't been a seller often. He did that one big slug of Tesla stock back in 2021. But he's someone who holds on to these stocks. He doesn't cash out a lot. He tends to borrow a bit.
Yeah.
But he is going to be a long-term holder of both these companies, and I bet we'll continue to see.
We need a new song because now you want to be a trillionaire so bad. Robert, thanks very much.
Thank you, guys.
Meantime, Oppenheimer was one of the first firms to start coverage of SpaceX. They rated it outperform with a 190 price target. They're bullish on the diversified portfolio and the long-term growth opportunities while warning of a few key risks. I imagine Musk himself is one of them. Let's ask Oppenheimer's Tim Horan. Tim, it's good to see you. And 190 yesterday looked like more of a stretch than it does today.
That's for sure.
Where, based on the sum of the parts, do you come up with that valuation?
Well, we did a 10-year DCF on it, but really kind of need to do more of a 15 to 20-year DCF. I've just, never done one of them. But it's trading around 8 times 5-year out revenue, which is kind of most cloud companies kind of trade in that 8 times range, or most hyperscalers, I should say.
So there's, like I said, there's so many amusing parts to this, but I love how you're saying in order to get to this valuation, you had to do a 15 to 20-year discounted cash flow that you've never.
I did a 10-year to be fair, but you can get much higher price targets if you go out to 15 or 20. But this is going to be an extremely dynamic company. I mean, what he's done in the last 6 months is just mind-boggling. I've been following the company for 3 years, but he has totally transformed this company to be an AI company within 6 months, and I can't imagine what else is going to happen the next year, but it's going to be dynamic.
All right, so quickly, kind of add up the market cap for me. How much from AI, how much from space, how much from Starlink?
I didn't do a sum of the parts that way, to be honest. This is going to be a pretty well bundled service, but we do think, when I first started valuing the company 3 years ago, we thought the communications business could be worth $500 billion, and now I'm up at a $2.5 trillion valuation. I think the communications went to roughly $1 trillion. The space business and AI, AI is $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion longer term. But this really is about it being a vertically integrated AI company at this point. It probably is going to represent 70 to 80% of the valuation.
And how would would you compare? I mean, what are its peers?
So I've been doing this a long time. I think the closest thing I've ever seen to anything like this is Google from 20 years ago, or maybe Facebook or Apple. But this is really an infrastructure company that has the best infrastructure, will have the best infrastructure for AI, compute, the best infrastructure for communications, and ultimately the best applications on top of this. This is basically the only vertically integrated AI company out there, combining this incredible infrastructure with incredible data and incredible, hopefully longer term AI applications. And, this is just one of these once in a generation type company.
You do cover a few of the other space names, the publicly traded ones, and would you even consider them rivals or peers?
That is a great question. I mean, the Starship is going to be a monopoly for the next decade. So in that regard, no. But there are a lot of niches for rocket launches. There's a lot of niches for other companies doing services like surveillance, other forms of communication. So there's a lot of niches out there, but no, this is a monopoly and a unique company.
Do you think all these space-related stocks are down today because of how strong the IPO is?
They've been down for the last few weeks. I think there has been some money running out of them, into SpaceX. I mean, obviously this is a huge amount of money to raise. And frankly, there is some concern that they will be a tougher competitor to the industry. So, few moving parts.
All right. Tim, thanks so much for joining us today. Tim Horan of Oppenheimer to close out the show. And that's it for us. Thank you for watching. Our SpaceX coverage continues as I join Brian Sullivan for Power Lunch right after this break.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Thanks so much. Thanks. This has been great. Changing the strategy makes a lot of sense.
Doors.
Keep an eye out for the invitation. Can't wait to see it.
Bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your
The
wealth.
architect left the plans in the back if you want to take a look.
She's so ready to take over.
For retirement and everything else you're looking to build.
We'll get there.
Your Fidelity advisor can help your legacy last for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
It's time to turn up the heat.
Top Chef is back.
This is Michelin-style cooking.
From one plate to another, I recognize game.
I want to get lit and make out. Hi.
She's single and desperate.
Excuse me. Who's up?
Online data tracker follows me everywhere I browse.
Chrome.
$15 a month at Mint Mobile. When I premium wireless for $15 a month, I think, why not premium wireless for $15 a month? Who am I kidding? Premium wireless for $15 a month will always premium wireless for $15 a month. And sometimes premium wireless for $15 a month every time. No points for subtlety, right? Let's be honest, premium wireless for $15 a month, am I right? Let's just stop having AI write these, okay, guys?
And we have liftoff. SpaceX becoming the largest IPO in history. Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. After kind of a more muted first trade than some bulls expected, SpaceX shares now on the move, rocketing past $170 a share, pushing its market value north of $2 trillion, a valuation that rewrites the IPO record books, larger than all but a handful of companies. And Kelly, I'm told that Elon Musk is also getting richer.
He added an extra comma today. We're covering this historic day from almost every angle. Seema Modi with the very latest on the IPO that has the whole world watching. Leslie Picker on how it all came together on the banking side, talking about the process. Morgan Brennan on the business behind the buzz from Starlink to Starship and beyond will explain. And Robert Frank on Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire. We also have two SpaceX investors on set with us, VanEck CEO John Van Eck and Entrepreneur Shares founder and CEO Joel Schulman. Welcome to all of you.
All right, we have got a lot to do, but let us go around the horn because we have got this covered from every possible angle. If there's an angle we don't have covered, let us know, and maybe we'll cover it. Let's start with Seema Modi, who is at the NASDAQ, and I was listening on the radio, Seema, as I was driving in, listening to the build up there, and it just feels like there was so much excitement and so much joy, not for Elon Musk, but because a lot of regular people have been working for 20 years are going to get rich today.
And to meet these individuals, Brian, in person, individuals from HR, VP, finance, who now essentially are sitting on millions of dollars of stock, certainly a milestone moment for the company and a record-breaking IPO for the NASDAQ with the stock now a market cap of over $2 trillion. SpaceX joins the ranks of some of the most influential tech heavyweights at its current price, is just trading closely behind Amazon and Microsoft, but worth more than Broadcom and Tesla, which Musk took public just about 16 years ago. Now, for retail investors who received an allocation through their brokerage like Fidelity and Charles Schwab, keep in mind there is a 15-day anti-flipping rule where investors would essentially be penalized for trying to sell during that time frame by being blocked from participating in future deals. We've also been watching SpaceX's first hours of trade. In the first 3 hours here, shares up about 28 to 30% right now. The last high-profile IPO, keep in mind, Cerebras, that raised about $5 billion, went public on the NASDAQ last month. It closed the day higher by 68% on its first day of trade. For other perspective, Tesla was up about 40%. So that's just one to watch, just to see where things pan out by the end of the day. Once SpaceX gets through its first day of trade, our focus will certainly turn to the NASDAQ 100 inclusion. I spoke to the president of the NASDAQ, Nelson Griggs, in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour, and he told me SpaceX at this point on track to join the NASDAQ 100 in about 2 weeks, guys.
Amazing. Seema, thanks for that. We appreciate it. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon congratulating SpaceX for its historic public debut. In a post on X, he wrote in part, "We are excited as SpaceX enters this new chapter of its journey as a public company, and we look forward to supporting their mission of advancing the frontier of human space exploration." Leslie Picker is over at the NASDAQ. Leslie, we've heard from Goldman. You were over at Morgan this morning. A lot of different firms were involved, as we know, in the actual IPO. Probably a few sighs of relief today.
Size of relief, but also some decent fee hauls that they were able to bring in as a result of this deal. Obviously, a $75 billion offering, the largest in history for SpaceX. That, of course, is a boon for the banks that underwrote the deal. And we saw in the final prospectus that the total fee pool was about $500 million, with the lion's share going to Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, each taking in about $100 million. Overall, the spread was 0.67%. So that's on the lower end. Even Alibaba, which was now the second biggest IPO of all time, was about 1.2%. So this is about half of that in terms of the commission for each share that was sold in this deal for the banks. But still on an absolute basis, $100 million that you're bringing in today, if you're Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, is not too shabby, of course. We also have a tweet. You mentioned the one from David Solomon. There was another one that Elon Musk reposted at Morgan Stanley, which we saw in person earlier today. All of the green shoes that were walking around the floor. This was something that Elon Musk and the company thought was funny, a nod to the green shoe over-allotment process, whereby if the stock is trading higher, you can they will be able to fulfill about 15% more in terms of their offering size. So that's an extra $11+ billion if they do choose to exercise that green shoe for the company, which, of course, this is seen as a big capital raising event for them.
All right, Leslie Picker, capital raising event, non-Periel, I think. All right, let's bring in now a couple of SpaceX investors. As we said at the top of the show, we got Jan Van Eck. We've got Joel Schulman. Gentlemen, welcome. Smile. You can smile. There's a lot of people. You should smile. You're early investors. Yeah. The stock has done well. I don't know if the stock has done as well as maybe some thought, right? It was maybe like it was going to double or something.
I think you're right that setting the IPO price, there was a sense of, okay, well, like you said, it opened early. It wasn't that stunning on the upside, but then the sigh of relief that came from it didn't break. It didn't do a Facebook. It didn't do an Uber. It didn't do what, the list is actually quite long, a very messy first day IPOs. I just wonder, if I was to be a wet blanket to some extent, if we transfer a little bit of the first day agita, which we're not experiencing, into whatever their earnings reports start to look like.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there's surprises in the stock. This is a very mature company from my perspective.
25-year-old company.
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to build companies. And he's got, I would say, two companies with moats inside, economic moats, right? He's got, and one of those is AI compute. So in a way, I look at this as just another day, right? We're in this AI mega trend. And the rest of the market, if you look at it, semiconductors are outperforming, software companies are softer. It's just another day of this 10-year megatrend, which we at Van Eck like to really, focus on these megatrends.
Is, Joel, SpaceX, I mean, we've always thought of it as a rocket company.
Right.
And it is because they have rockets. They do rockets really, really well.
Yeah.
But now we're learning there's a gigantic data center business.
Yeah.
There's a gigantic internet global connectivity business through Starlink.
Right.
What is SpaceX?
So it's a three-engine empire, and each one actually has a moat. So three moats, I would argue. And the space component puts about 90% of mass in space at a fraction of the cost of government. So the government increased over 40 years or 30 years, 54,000 kilogram to 58,000. SpaceX has brought it down to 2,000, right? So they're doing a fraction of that. And now if you want a satellite up in space, you're probably doing SpaceX. So that's moat number one. Moat number two is Starlink, right? That's the cash cow. What a lot of people don't know is they have 5-tier pricing mechanisms. So when you think about Starlink, you've got the price for the consumer on the ground. You've got the price for defense. You've got the price for maritime. You've got the price business to business. And then you have the price for aviation. They're all using the same satellite. And the aviation charges 313 times more than the person on the ground. That's a moat not going away anytime soon. They leapfrog cellular. They are covering every part of the planet in this manner. Now, the third moat, which is potentially the biggest, and this is where the optionality comes in, is the XAI, or what they now refer to as SpaceX AI. And that one, if they're able to get data centers in the sky, right, if they're able to do that, the cooling costs go down, the energy costs go away if they're able to do this. And then now that's the real optionality, and I think that's why we have the premium price paid on this company. 3 engines, 3 moats.
Jan, what else?
No, I think that covers it. I mean, I think part of the thing is the space name is a little misleading, right? What they're really offering.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah. But if you have you used a Starlink phone?
I have, and I used Starlink on a flight back from France about a month ago. You could watch a movie on your computer, and it worked instantly.
Yeah,
I'm told at landing when I wasn't on my computer.
No, but the point is, it's a superior product.
It's fast as at-home, hardwired internet in some cases.
Yeah. It's just a superior product. Half the revenues from outside the United States. So once you're in space, you have the whole world as your market. You're not just operating.
Leo coming. I mean, that's who Delta is partnering with, the new Amazon product that is intended to do. He's like, whatever.
Whatever.
I mean, I'm just putting myself in the retail investor point. And there are always people trying to come grab a great market. In this case, Amazon and with Starlink.
But that's why Joel's points are so important and why we're talking about competitive moats. I mean, they're throwing up, they've launched 650 Falcon 9 rockets, and they're doing more, and they're, tweaking Spaceship, which is really going to be their breakthrough for orbital compute.
Does the fact that with all of this they lost $5 billion in the latest, does that, why does a company with that balance sheet?
The current financials are so misleading for what this business is about. And the multiples are crazy. Like, I can't believe I'm talking about a stock that's trading at 100 times revenue, right? I mean, that's not Jan Van Eck or our way of investing. But if you don't have to project far. Like, there's no execution risk with Starlink anymore, right? That's just a growth business.
Right.
All they have to do to justify, round numbers, if they can get to $60 or $70 billion in annual profits, NVIDIA prints that in a quarter. So it's not crazy for these businesses just to grow.
Well, to Kelly's point, you mentioned Amazon. There's a guy named Jeff Bezos. I think he was on our network yesterday. Blue Origin, his rocket company, is kind of the closest thing to this.
Right.
Are you an investor in Blue Origin, Joel?
No, so we were actually putting our money into SpaceX. That's where our money's going. And when you think about Blue Origin, I mean, they have to use the SpaceX rockets to get satellites in space. And when you mentioned Jeff Bezos, you've been talking about Elon Musk being the first trillionaire.
I think Bezos isn't going to be far behind him. That's my point. If Blue Origin can even do a little bit of this.
If they can, but right now, Musk is worth more than Sergey Brin, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Jensen Huang combined, right? Worth more than those four. So we've never seen an entrepreneur quite like Elon Musk. So Bezos is a very strong, amazing entrepreneur, but Musk is, I believe, in a different category.
He's richer than Rockefeller, right?
Yeah. In fact, we go back, as you know, I'm an academic as well, at Babson College. When you think about the greatest entrepreneurs of all time, Rockefeller made 84% of his wealth, or more than 80% of his wealth, after this age, after age 54, 55.
Yeah.
So when you think about...
Also in a illegal monopoly.
Buffett was the same, though. I mean, totally different business, made most of his money after age 60.
Yeah, and then infrastructure. So when you think about that sort of parallel and cutting costs, Rockefeller was very focused on cutting costs. There's nobody who's really focusing on cost cutting quite like Musk today.
Final comment, Jan?
No, EVs in China. I mean, he is competing in the most vicious market, one of the most vicious markets in the world.
With Tesla.
With Tesla, because driving costs down, and using scale.
But
that's his MO.
So to you, because this is one of the, do you worry about Tesla being folded into SpaceX or combined with it in some way, if that's necessary? Like you said,
it doesn't really bother me that much.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan.
You can drive your
really
Tesla to your outer space data center while on your Starlink phone. That's how it's going to work. No, I haven't been drinking yet. You guys are hanging around for us, right?
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Jan Van Eck, Joel Schulman, we'll see you both later this hour. We want to hear from you. Vote in today's power poll. We're asking, in fact, we're doing the poll on X, which just brings this all together. Will SpaceX finish the year higher or lower? You can also just scan that QR code to place your vote, and we will reveal the results at the end of the show. After the break, we'll bring in an investor who owns SpaceX shares directly. Plus, Morgan Brennan joins us after sitting down exclusively with the COO of the company earlier on. Stay with us for more on this historic day.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source?
The man said anything.
Any whipped cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be shy. A little more.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Are you one of the millions surprised by rising prices? Well, AT&T just raised your rates. You have rights. Bring your phone to T-Mobile and they'll give you $400 when you switch. Plus, get T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee on their experience plans. I guarantee you won't look back. How?
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Giving my son a needle during an allergic reaction is traumatic for both of us. So we said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use at first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy or visit getneffy.com to learn more.
SpaceX trading around 168 at the moment, up from its opening price of 150. Some investors are questioning whether this high valuation is justified. Let's bring in our own Morgan Brennan, who spoke with SpaceX COO Gwynne Shotwell, who probably has a strong point of view, Morgan, about how to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, valuation certainly in focus, even as most of the early analyst initiations have been, we'll call it, fairly bullish here. SpaceX is focused on the future, building out a new kind of railroad for a new kind of AI-enabled industrial revolution. It's tough to compare it to other mega cap companies, or really other companies in general in the market, which is why when I did sit down exclusively for a live second interview with SpaceX President and COO Gwynne Shotwell, I asked what she thinks are the key metrics for investors to watch and track.
Definitely, folks should be watching how we're doing on Starship. They should watch consumer growth, consumer and enterprise growth on Starlink and Starlink Mobile. And then, of course, we've got the Grok, we've got AI, we've got coding. There's a lot. There's actually a lot going on.
Well, it's all going to take a lot of capital as well. That's a key reason SpaceX did go public today, and much of that spending will happen in the AI business. That said, SpaceX has now struck lucrative but flexible contracts, one with Anthropic, the other with Google, to lease them AI compute capacity that it's not currently using. So I asked Shotwell whether investors should see SpaceX as an emerging competitor to the neoclouds and other AI data center operators, not just in space in the future, but on Earth now.
100%. We are builders. We build our own launch vehicles. We build our launch sites. And we're building data centers both on the ground as well as in orbit soon. So I look at ourselves as an infrastructure company.
You and I have talked about it, capital intensive, and you've done these types of investment cycles before. You're also competing with OpenAI and Anthropic when we talk about something like Grok, the hyperscalers. Are you going to need to spend as much as those peers when you think about this over the longer term?
I think our use of compute is pretty efficient, so I don't think we'll have to spend quite as much CapEx as they are. And we also demand that our coders are quite efficient in their code as well. So let's put it this way, I hope not. I hope we don't have to spend that much money.
You guys were talking about it just a few moments ago, the fact that SpaceX has these moats. It has the moat with space launch. It also arguably has one in manufacturing and the development of hardware, too. So unlike these software-centric models that you do see at other frontier AI companies, Shotwell saying they've been bringing some of those hardware-focused workers over to xAI as they think about that product and they productize it and roll it out to market it in a bigger, more meaningful way. Now, that dynamic really starts with Musk, who spends a lot of time focused on the technical capabilities and breakthroughs. Shotwell oversees the day-to-day operations and a full-time workforce of 22,000 and counting. Guys, for more on all of this, go to CNBC.com. You'll find both of my exclusive sit-down interviews with Gwynne Shotwell, as well as a lot of other coverage here. The last thing I'd say, because you're talking about trillionaires, if you've been covering space as long as I have, you've known that the first trillionaire on Earth would come because of space. Space is unlimited, and so is the economic possibility. The only thing holding it up is the technological breakthroughs, and that is what SpaceX is trying to crack the code on.
I love it. Morgan, Carl Sagan, Brennan. But Gwynne Shotwell is a great example of what we just talked about at the top of the show. She is somebody, I think she's a single mom or was. She busted her butt for years. The company was on the verge of going under multiple times. She hung in there along with thousands of employees. There are people online that are sort of acting like this just happened and suddenly everybody's rich. She is an exact example of the American dream gone right.
Oh, 100% she is. And you could say that. So there's really two main reasons in general. That's the case for Shotwell, who is very much a rock star. And by the way, they have an extraordinary bench of talent in general at SpaceX, and a number of their C-suite executives. Shotwell, of course, being perhaps the most prominent one, but also their CFO, Brent Shotson. These are longstanding executives at SpaceX that have helped bring this company to what it is today. But you could make that case about the broader workforce. There's two reasons that this company went public. The first is to raise a tremendous amount of capital for this new next generation spending cycle that they are embarking on. The second reason is so that, as Shotwell put it to me the first time we sat down, everyday Americans and friends could basically be able to invest in SpaceX and realize the returns as as they do embark on this future that, let's be very clear, for Elon Musk is a vision that has not changed since he started this company 24 years ago, which is to make humankind multiplanetary. All of this works together to, at some point, potentially get us there, starting with Mars.
Yeah, and I think it'd be cool. I don't know if she's, kind of expresses one way or another, Morgan. I think it'd be great to hear from her more often now going forward. If she's kind of, on the earnings calls or just in general. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story from her point of view, kind of to Brian's point, is so different from, what we're used to hearing from Musk.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And keep in mind, she is an engineer in her own right. She has overseen all of the different operations and projects at SpaceX, everything from developing the reusable rockets to, the realization and rollout of Starlink to now more recently the integration of XAI. This next chapter, I think, is going to be particularly interesting because despite all of the work, all of the innovations, all of the disruption across multiple industries that has happened within this company, I think what she would tell you, what Musk would tell you, what others would tell you is that they're really still only at the beginning.
Yeah.
This next chapter, more immediately, is probably going to include a lot more M&A and, of course, a lot more of this build-out around AI as it does converge with space.
Again, the investors should all keep this in mind. It could be a lot of movement, to brace for in the months and quarters to come. Morgan, really appreciate it. Thanks for all of that. Morgan Brennan. Let's hear now from an early SpaceX investor, Chris Buskirk. He's the co-founder and CIO of 1789 Capital. What year, Chris, do you think you got in so I can estimate just how big your smile should be today? Welcome.
It's a big smile for sure. We started the company in 2023, and SpaceX was one of the first investments that we made as a firm. It's something that we wish we had started the company a little earlier, so we could have invested earlier as well. But we're extremely happy with the investments, not only in SpaceX, but we invested in X and in XAI in every round, both primary and secondary, from the time that we first had the opportunity after we started the company until now.
Morgan made this reference, and I think there's a couple of things on the horizon here. First of all, the earnings report. I don't know if they're going to be earnings. Their quarterly reports are coming, and I think it's going to be a wake-up call to some people that this is still going to take time to be as exciting a story as the market cap is currently giving it credit for. She also mentioned there could be some deals. There could be a deal with Tesla that people may or may not like. There could be other kinds of acquisitions that are necessary, and all of those, I wonder if that would make you queasy at all.
No, look, the way I think about this is that those sorts of things, there's obviously people talk about a potential Tesla deal because there was the roll-up or the consolidation with X and XAI, and then Tesla sitting out there as a public company as well. Honestly, for us, that's not the major thrust of the way we think about SpaceX as an investment. The way we think about it is those three core businesses that they have. They have launch, where it's effectively a monopoly. They've got Starlink, which also a monopoly, which is growing very quickly, and now they've got compute /AI, which is growing unbelievably quickly. I think when they do their quarterly reports, both this one and in the future, I think people are going to be very surprised at how fast that business is growing. The other things that may or may not happen in terms of M&A, whether they buy smaller companies to sort of as tuck-in acquisitions, or even something like Tesla as a merger, to me, those are almost like afterthoughts because the core business is so big and is growing so quickly and is so exciting.
Afterthought? Really?
The tuck-in acquisitions, yeah, compared to, I think when you see the numbers that they are going to print in these upcoming quarters, I think you're going to find that the acquisitions they do, while interesting, are not what drives the core business.
Yeah, and you guys got in, obviously, on the private level. A lot of our viewers and listeners maybe wanted to. They can't. They just don't have the access, the money, the firm, whatever it might be. In the public market, Chris, I know it's not where you live, so trust me, but as just a private citizen, would you be a buyer of SpaceX stock here?
Yeah, look, this is a question I've gotten a lot, and our compliance people say don't give any advice, and I don't. I'll just say this, is I think it's a great company. This is a company that has a lot of room to grow, as big as it is. I think people's priors on this are like, well, it's an IPO that almost defaults like this is a young company. It isn't. This is a 24-year-old company that's quite mature. And yet, and this is the part that's amazing about SpaceX, even as a massively scaled business, it has a lot of room to run and to grow. And so I like this business as an operating business. I like the founder, obviously, a lot. And the team that he's assembled around him has produced a corporate and an innovation culture that is second to none worldwide.
Chris, when you look at your other investments, and I think on the list here, if these are current, include everything from Anduril to Neuralink to Ramp to, there's a few, Cerebras, that's already public. I mean, who else is now in the pipeline? Who else might be or should be or is up and coming?
Yeah, I think that, hardware in general, I think, is extremely interesting both in the private and the public market. I mean, just look at the public hardware companies, whether it be Intel or Micron or Cerebras since their IPO. What people are catching up on, I think, on the AI build-out is that, yes, the frontier model companies, which, like OpenAI and Anthropic, which will be coming public later this year, they're super interesting and they're unique and they're new and exciting in that way. But behind the scenes, what has to happen is a massive, massive build-out. And so anything, I think, in hardware or infrastructure is extremely compelling.
Yeah, and look, the one differentiator there is that does take a lot of capital. It's hard. I mean, making stuff and the investment required around that. I mean, that's why you have to raise money.
Yeah, look, I was talking with another early SpaceX investor last night, who's a friend of mine, and we were kind of talking, while the world was focused on the world of bits, which has been the most interesting place in technology for 25 years, Elon and his team were focused on mastering the world of atoms.
Yes.
And that's why you see them able to build infrastructure faster and better than anybody else. Like, they put up these data centers now in 60 to 90 days. It's unbelievably fast. It's a skill set that nobody else, no other hyperscaler, no other neo cloud has that. And it's a huge differentiator for them.
It's a great point. You remind me of Jeff Curry. He's always talking about how we're going from, these also abstract me, we're going from bits to atoms, right? The B to A in this case. And like you said, those who were first movers way back when it was out of favor are now reaping those rewards. Chris, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Chris Buskirk, 1789.
All right, so we've got a lot more to do. Show us halfway down, but don't go anywhere because it is official. Elon Musk, if not the first trillionaire, he's right there. And there's a lot of talk about taxes. We'll talk about wealth and money and taxes, SpaceX, and more next.
For those who dress the part. Secure your seats for Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 on Fandango, only in theaters June 19th.
Ambition is in my DNA. My grandparents came over from China, opened up a laundry in Buffalo, New York. They achieved their American dream, so I can have mine. It's a privilege to help viewers out there make better investment choices so they can achieve their American dream. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime.
Get the essential post-market edge.
A very busy overtime.
After-hours action and opportunities.
The economic impact is just beginning.
What happened today?
The market had to resort to defense.
We've got a developing story out of Washington.
What's moving in real time?
What do the numbers tell you, pro or con?
Be ready for tomorrow after the bell.
There's a wait and see about a lot of things for tomorrow, Mike.
Completely.
Melissa Lee, Mike Santoli, Closing Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
One of my favorite pieces of advice:
Think big to accomplish big things.
Have no fear of failure. It really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour of added insight every morning doesn't just add up, it compounds. 1 extra hour every morning delivers exponential value and a pure investing advantage. That's the compounding edge. The all-new Morning Call.
I'm Morgan Brennan, and this is your Morning Call.
5 a.m. Eastern, CNBC. Now 9 a.m. to noon.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street.
What's moving?
This is unbelievable.
What's breaking?
We are getting some breaking news now out of the Fed.
The biggest guests, the market action.
Right here.
Now 9 a.m. to noon. Squawk on the Street, CNBC.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. Everything. I study it all the time. What the company does, what the sector does, what the CEO does. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks. When I have a CEO on the show, I want them to think I know their company as well or better than they do. My viewers are my bosses. Let's go
That's who I report to. I try to have fun every night for you.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. Well, the richest man in the world has done something that no other human has ever done, and that is to become a trillionaire. Maybe that could be a movie. Robert Frank joining us now. We should make a movie called Who Wants to Be a Trillionaire?
Who Wants to Be a Trillionaire? There would be one person in that movie at this point, Brian. It is surprising. So based on that current price of just under $170 a share, Elon Musk's stake in SpaceX worth about $870 billion. You add to that his Tesla shares worth about 280, and you get a total right now of about $1.1 trillion. But it's not just him that's making a lot of wealth today. There is just a huge amount of liquidity and wealth being created. Gwynne Shotwell, the president, now at $2.2 billion. The CFO, Brett Johnson, he's now at $1.6 billion. You've got Luke Nosek. He was an early investor, a friend of Elon's from the PayPal days. His stake worth $5.5 billion. And then Brian and Kelly, you got to take consideration here all of the thousands, perhaps even more than that, of SpaceX employees who are now millionaires. These are folks who have worked for the company for years. They took below market salaries in exchange for stock they never imagined would be worth what it is today. This is like winning a lottery for thousands of people at SpaceX who just never even dreamed, even in their wildest dreams, that they would be worth this much money.
And I think, Robert, that somebody else is going to get a lot of money. And my guess is the federal government is going to get a lot of money, and some state governments are going to get a lot of money. I understand there's going to be a lot of pretty powerful people with megaphones calling for Elon Musk's money. Fine, let's leave him aside. This is, I would imagine, going to be a pretty sizable tax windfall for the federal government and state governments, is it not, from all the capital gains, income taxes, sales taxes on the stuff that is bought with this money? Governments, I think, are going to make billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars also off this IPO, even without Elon Musk.
There's going to be a revenue impact. One of the biggest issues we're going to look for here is in California, because even though the company moved its headquarters from California to Texas, Brian, as you know well, a lot of the employees are still in California, particularly those early shareholders. The expectation is, well, this is going to be a huge windfall for California. The problem with that is that a lot of the stock is in the form of restricted stock units. But not to get too complicated, but you know your taxes. When you get restricted stock units, you pay income taxes at the ordinary income rate once you receive them, and then if you sell them, you pay the capital gain on top of that. But the point being, they've already paid taxes on a lot of this stock, and so maybe the upside is not as great as it would be in the past, where you're just talking about options that haven't really been exercised or paid any taxes.
Yeah, but you can borrow money. If you're a SpaceX employee, you can borrow money on that stock to buy something. You don't have to wait to sell it, I would imagine, which means sales taxes. I'm just pointing out there's going to be a tax windfall from this IPO, even without bringing the Musk guy into the conversation.
Totally. And you're absolutely right to point out this is going to further ignite the debate over inequality. You've already seen a lot of press releases today from groups. No individual should be worth $1 trillion at a time when the top is doing well and the bottom is struggling with inflation. So that debate is just going to accelerate. But you're absolutely right as well. There will be a big tax revenue gain in both the federal government as well as the state government, particularly in California. We just don't know how large that will be in the state of California. Texas and Florida, they don't have income taxes, so less of an issue there.
All right, Robert, thank you again. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Our Robert Frank. Let's turn now to someone who gave retail access to SpaceX before it was public, Moritz Pott. He is the CEO of TEMA ETFs, and they own SpaceX through an SPV in their NASA ETF. I think I followed that. I think the point, Moritz, is that people, it sounds like your clients are therefore benefiting from this IPO going relatively well today?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on the show today. Yeah, so we were the first and only space ETF that offered SpaceX to investors before the IPO. Reality, it's a small percent of the overall fund, but overall, it's obviously contributed to the fund, given we were able to buy ahead of the IPO listing.
Explain
it's
to
an
me. It is exciting. We'll come back to that in a second. Just one technical question. What does it mean that people had access through a special purpose vehicle?
So basically, the ETF invested into SpaceX through an SPV that was provided through a Schwab subsidiary called Forge. So investors basically had a part of the portfolio was exposed directly to SpaceX through an SPV. And that way, investors were able to get exposure to the company before it was listed on public markets today.
Yeah, and did that open it up to a broader range of investors? Why is it structured that way?
So that was the only way that investors could, through an ETF, access SpaceX ahead of the IPO. And our view was that the space economy is so driven by SpaceX, offering a space ETF without SpaceX, frankly, misses the biggest revenue contributor, but also innovator in the overall space economy.
So now, and I know there's been so much more interest in private markets because of exactly the conversation that we're having. So is this IPO going to spark more interest in other private companies? Is it going to hopefully get more private companies to maybe think about, look at what can happen if you go public? What do you think the ramifications will be?
I think the reality that the companies are staying private for longer. As companies stay private for longer, there's more interest for everyday investors to get involved in private companies. ETFs is just one way investors can increasingly get involved. The reality, there's still a limited amount of available stock in private companies that can be offered through an ETF. And there's also concentration and liquidity restrictions through an ETF. So the reality, ETF is one vehicle. It's a relatively new vehicle to offer private exposure. And we've seen strong adoption of a space ETF with SpaceX since its launch 12 weeks ago.
All right. Moritz, thanks. Good to check in with you. Moritz
Thanks for having me.
Of the TIMA ETFs. Now, SpaceX shares might be doing nicely today, but still, it's not the only story we're watching. Market, the Dow's up 402 points as oil prices are down, and we have some new developments on the Iran war. We'll talk about that right after the break.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source? The man said anything.
Any whipped cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be shy. Little more.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
Dad is a legend. Who can we thank for that? Let Ancestry help you piece together your story with a family history membership and detailed DNA results. Save now at Ancestry.
When you love your dog like crazy, you make sure their food is delicious, just like yours. Caesar, love like crazy.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. Giving my son a needle during an allergic reaction is traumatic for both of us. So we said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use at first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy. Or visit getneffy.com to learn more.
Miranda Priestley's here. The hair's not ready. I need the Tresemme A-List collection now.
Tresemme, get your hair on the A-list. The Devil Wears Prada 2, only in theaters May 1st.
You guys hungry? What should we order?
Pizza! Tacos! Gochujang chicken!
Phone race to choose the order. It's not fair when your legs are shorter. Only one wins on a ring right.
Ramsino!
Why can't we have food without?
Wonder lets you combine 20 restaurants in one order?
Order it all!
Wonder brings you food without the fight.
All right, SpaceX, the big story, but it's not the only story that we are watching. Oil prices, they are down again on some headlines that the U.S. and Iran are getting closer to making a deal, or Eamon Javers joining us now. Eamon, as we talked about yesterday, maybe a deal to make a deal. Like this is like a framework of a possible deal that could turn into a deal.
Yeah, Brian, I think that's close to it. A senior administration official briefed reporters in the last hour on this potential deal with Iran to end the war that's coming together behind the scenes. Now, the official said that he would have said a deal was a 70% possibility earlier today, but now in the last hour, he puts it at about an 85% chance in what he said were the next few days. Now, the key point that this official wanted to make is that the deal coming together is contingent on the Iranians hitting verified benchmarks and that the regime only gets economic benefits once those benchmarks have been reached. Now, he said, we're not quite at the finish line yet, but we are very close. That said, he suggested there is still a lot of work to do, saying that the technical aspects of how exactly the U.S. would take possession of nuclear material in Iran still has to be worked out, given the dangerous and complex nature of that operation. He said that Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz has weakened in recent days, which was one element that has shifted the balance of power in the talks over the past 48 hours or so. And he did say the Iranians would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. would end its blockade as part of the deal, but he didn't say when that would happen. And finally, the senior administration official did not say how much money the United States would be giving the Iranians over the course of this deal. So a lot still to be worked out here, but it does seem like something is coming together behind the scenes, Brian.
A significant move. And again, there is apparently some market reaction as well. Eamon, thanks. Let's turn back to our panel. Jan Van Eck is the CEO of Van Eck Funds, and Joel Schulman is the founder and CEO of Entrepreneur Shares. And so we mentioned this, Dow's up 400 points. I mean, coming into the SpaceX IPO, Joel, give this to you first, there had been pressure on the markets. I mean, we started to see a bit of a pullback for the first time in some of the AI infrastructure areas. There was concern about capital being pulled from the mega caps into Have we now, between better Iran news and the way that this has gone today, have we cleared some of those worries?
Well, I think we have. I mean, to your point, the market got a little rich in some areas. We saw some companies that got a little ahead of themselves. We saw numerous companies trading multiples in the 100 to 120 to 150 market cap to revenue. Those were a little frothy. Unlike the SpaceX story, which we're talking about today, they did not have a moat. And so when you don't have a moat and you're trading that level, that's a problem. And of course, we saw the AI trade also, getting a little frothy, towards the fourth quarter, first quarter here. So if we have a peace situation, a peace deal finally, that would be encouraging. Some of the reallocation you talked about right now, some of the money, certainly as a portfolio manager, there's got to be a reallocation without new inflows coming in. If you have a $1.75 trillion, 1.7 now it's 2 trillion plus coming in, you've got to reallocate some of your portfolio, and we would normally expect some depression in the rest of the market. I think that's what we're seeing today.
I know the SpaceX IPO is historic, but so is this market rally, Jan. And because unless something crazy happens the next hour and 15 minutes, we're going to end this week higher. That would mean the S&P 500 has risen 10 of the last 11 weeks. And last week, we came within a couple tenths of a percent from ending the week higher. We are this close to having an 11-week straight rally on the S&P 500, led by big tech. Does that worry you at all? I mean, it's great news.
It's profit-driven.
But I don't know about you. I kind of like it when we sell off a little bit because it's healthy, it's normal, and it reminds people that stocks have risk.
Yeah, but it's an amazing time to be an investor for good reasons. These big Mag 7 companies have profit prints that are insane. Year-on-year profit growth.
I heard 20% EPS growth estimates for the next 7 quarters.
120%.
A year and a half.
Wow. Yeah, year and a half.
120% year-on-year Tesla. 80% Google, right? I mean, these numbers, these are not startups. This is not SpaceX 10 years ago. These are the biggest cap companies, and they're pulling the market up, right? So I'm comfortable. You're right. There are frothy areas, like the space companies traded up. We have a space ETF traded up, kind of in anticipation of this IPO. Their valuations are a little nutty. But other than that, like NVIDIA, the core of SMH, right, the semiconductors, which are the core of the AI trade, totally reasonably priced. And there are other bargains in the market as well. Private credit, Blue Owl.
Those are bargains, you think? You're not worried about the risk?
No.
Okay.
I mean, is the economy falling apart? Where's the big credit risk? Yes, I know SaaS companies and all that kind of stuff, and that's an important story today as well.
Okay, so to that point, I agree with NVIDIA. In fact, this is a company we bought 21 years ago, and we see SpaceX being the next long-term buy and hold. But when you think about the productivity that's going on right now, that we have revenue per employee at record levels. So when you think about just NVIDIA and what they've done, 3 years ago, it was $1 million revenue per employee. Now it's 6 times, $1 million per employee. So the productivity using AI models and other things, they're getting more revenue from fewer employees. And when you think about companies like AppLovin, it's $8 million per employee. These are extraordinary numbers.
Should I start a company?
I think you should.
It can't be that hard, right?
I would cut Brian in as a junior partner.
Junior partner? Junior partner, Jan?
You said it.
You said before you should always get some upside, some share.
49.9% sounds good. That's a junior partner, technically, right? I'm not, mathing.
No.
Gentlemen, thanks.
Thanks.
I guess my quick final question, Joel, just to put an exclamation point on it then, does this change the outlook for what the S&P can do for the rest of the year?
I think it does. I mean, in fact, we were talking about the S&P 500. We know that the S&P did not allow fast tracking technically, but there's $7 to $10 trillion that's tracking in the passive indices. There's probably another 7 to 10 trillion that's active managers or managers who use the S&P as a benchmark. Those guys are coming in. And when we see the indices start to come in 1 to 2 weeks, and we've already seen people probably slowly drip in, that's going to be a big push. I think this is going to be a stock that's going much higher at the end of the year.
It's the mechanical stuff. You're talking about the reallocation.
Yes.
They got to buy it. They got to balance it out. It's amazing. You guys are amazing. Everything was amazing except for the junior partner thing. Everything else was great. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, SpaceX, obviously that stock moving higher and higher and higher, but there's other companies out there that are kind of competitors. They're being sold today. We'll show you those names and then bring in Oliver to talk about some of the options bets that are being placed now. Stick around.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works together.
That was not me.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything, any workflow.
Any data source.
And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI.
The ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No, okay.
Meet the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data, so you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful trading platform yet, Fidelity Trader Plus.
Everyone sees the dream, but not the spirit that drives it. There's a racing spirit inside every Honda hybrid, built with exceptional horsepower and smooth handling. From the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America, the fun-to-drive hybrid lineup from Honda.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Giving my son a needle during an allergic reaction is traumatic for both of us. So we said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy or visit getneffy.com to learn more.
Miranda Priestley's here. The hair's not ready. I need the Tresemme A-list collection now.
Tresemme, get your hair on the A-list. The Devil Wears Prada 2, only in theaters May 1st.
All right, SpaceX getting all the attention and investor love today, but there are some other space-related companies out there, and they're not doing well today. Let's show them to you. Okay, there are really 4 names that are sort of in the SpaceX halo, if you will. Let's walk through those names very, very quickly right now. Okay, so if you've got Rocket Lab, that stock down about 9%. It's the biggest market cap of the non-Musk names, still at a 300% gain in a year, so it's done very well. Firefly Aerospace, first commercial company to land on the moon. Voyager Technology, Denver-based space equipment company, again, down today, but the stock's up 57% in 6 months. And then the second biggest of the names, AST Space Mobile, $33 billion market cap company, space-based mobile internet company, kind of a close Starlink-ish type company. So if you're in this halo today, stocks are doing terribly, but all of them have done well over the last few months. Meantime, there's two other big stories to watch around SpaceX itself. Number one is that it's going to be added to the NASDAQ 100, but not for 15 more days. And two, SpaceX options. They're not trading yet, but they will trade next week. But even that gap is not stopping some options traders from maybe making some moves ahead of it. Oliver Rennick is in Chicago and has more. Oliver, we talked about this a little bit last night on Fast Money. There's kind of SpaceX proxy-ish companies, right?
That's right, Brian. But traders who were in those stocks are learning today there ain't nothing like the real thing. SpaceX and the IPO is certainly taking up all of the talk and the trading. However, some of the options traders do think that it could just be a hiccup for the space here today. When you look at some of the trades going off and big names like EchoStar, which owns 3% of SpaceX, it's trading 20 times average daily volume with calls more than double puts. One trader spent $1 million on a call spread today, buying 1,250 September 115 calls and selling the 150s. A bet EchoStar could rally as much as 35% in 3 months. Now, if you think today is exciting, just wait until SpaceX options start trading on Tuesday. Traders have made it clear they are eager for derivative forms of exposure to this company, whether it's through options on proxy stocks or perpetual futures on SpaceX through blockchain-backed exchanges like Hyperliquid, which it should be noted tracked this IPO basically perfectly. And by the way, SpaceX's debut under $200, I think keeps it relatively affordable for retail traders who have proven they don't mind paying expensive premiums when volatility is high, which is exactly what we expect for those options next week, Brian.
All right, I'll pick it up from here, Oliver. Thanks. It's going to be, again, so many interesting days ahead of us. Let's discuss what impact this debut will have on other blockbuster IPOs on deck. And I have a few more questions as well for our next guest, Gil Luria. He's head of technology research at D.A. Davidson. Gil, you're such a straight talker, which I always appreciate. So a question from earlier. Now that we've cleared this hurdle, do you think there's a sigh of relief for the mega cap stocks, broadly speaking, or are we still in this atmosphere where people are really worried about the CapEx plans and their ability to monetize?
Well, I'd say what's going to continue is the drain on capital. As you pointed out, this is a very small part of the float that's going to continue to come out. So as investors free up capital to invest more in SpaceX, they're going to be taking it out of other large technology stocks, especially ones that are longer-term bets and bets on AI. So that drain will continue with leading up to the OpenAI IPO and the Anthropic IPO, which will be further drains on capital. Not to mention that the mega caps themselves have started going to the market for equity, as Google did last week. So there's going to be a lot of drain on capital from the market. It's a race to raise capital in order to build out AI infrastructure, and SpaceX just jumped into that race.
We're creating a lot of capital here in some ways. We're draining it. So are we just moving the money around, Gil? I mean, what happens to crypto? There's a powerful argument being made that this is money that was once in crypto and it's out. It's just going into Elon Musk has told a better story. He gets the capital now, and we'll see if OpenAI and Anthropic can meet that.
Yeah, for now it's zero sum. Investors have had long-term risky bets. Crypto was one of them. There's other very far-reaching AI bets on nuclear and quantum, et cetera. And those are now moving. A lot of that is now moving to betting on SpaceX because that is a very long-term bet. Obviously, we're not talking about a stock that's trading on current fundamentals. We're talking about a stock that, as you've had many guests today talk about, is trading on hopes and dreams. And so other places that were trading on hopes and dreams, some of that capital is moving here. Now, big picture, we are creating value, right? AI is making us all more productive. There's a lot of real economic activity happening. That is making the pie bigger. But in the short term, in the week-to-week term, trading day to trading day, we are moving capital from other very high-risk long-term bets into SpaceX today and over the next few weeks.
Is this a bit of a proxy for how OpenAI and Anthropic and other AI companies may ultimately IPO and trade? I know Dan Primack talked about that in Kelly's show in the hour before, because this is largely a data center company. People don't realize that, but it is. Is this significant for others in the market, Gil?
There are some parallels in that OpenAI and Anthropic, again, open-ended growth stories with tremendous amount of growth that could be a very big part of the future. The big difference is Elon Musk now has a 15-year track record of being CEO of a publicly traded company, Tesla, where public company investors have made a lot of money. So as public company investors jump into SpaceX today, part of the reason they're doing that is that Elon has made them a lot of money over the last 15 years. Where Anthropic and OpenAI, for as exciting as their technology is, don't have that track record yet. So for as volatile as I expect SpaceX to be, and it's going to be volatile, OpenAI and Anthropic may be even more volatile when they come out.
Gil, I often think of you as kind of covering the Mag 7, maybe Netflix, or you do kind of like the big tech ones. What's the new Mag 7? Everybody senses it. We've seen Mango's maybe incorporating some of these new IPOs this year. What is the new Mag 7? Is it just SpaceX?
It's in there. I would just think about who is going to deliver the future of AI, of robotics, of compute. And it includes some of our old favorites, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta. Now it includes SpaceX. It's always included Tesla. It includes other companies like TSMC and AMD and Broadcom and Micron. These are all the companies that we will need in order to deliver that future around AI, around robotics, and now around space exploration too, which is something that SpaceX is going to move forward and needs this capital for.
All right, Gil, thanks. It's good to see you. Appreciate it today. Gil Luria. Let's reveal the results of today's power poll now. We asked, will SpaceX finish the year higher or lower? It's very close, but 53% say lower, 47% say higher.
We just made a market.
Yeah, see, we're in prediction markets too.
That's literally how markets are made.
We said we should start a company. There we go.
There it is.
Did anybody else think of this already?
Yeah, our producers, which are part of this company. But by the way, speaking of companies, let's just get a quick check on how well some companies have done this week, not named SpaceX. Look at these week-to-date gains, Kelly. KLA Corp, SanDisk, favorite company of our producer, Jake. Intel's up 26% this week. And Applied Materials, not up 11, but the other app, AMAT, also up 25% this week.
The story is still intact. It's an AI story. It's an earnings story. You could argue it's even more intact now that we've cleared this first hurdle of the SpaceX IPO. It went, as many have said, about as well as it could go. Why do we say that? Because we've seen mega IPOs in the past take hours to open, trade heavy, almost trade too high. I mean, you don't want that either. This one is still about 20. By the way, the prediction markets had the closing print, I think, at 169, so they strike again.
They might get it exactly right. We're done, though. Thanks for watching.
Closing bell starts right now.
And welcome to Closing Bell. I am Frank Holland, in for the Judge Scott Wapner. We are live right here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange on this historic day for the market as SpaceX becomes the biggest IPO ever. The stock soaring in its debut, as you can see, and those gains they are holding as we kick off the final trading hour of this trading day. We're all over the action in SpaceX, and we kick things off with our own Leslie Picker, live at the NASDAQ market site with the very latest. Leslie, you've been on this story all day long for the Morgan Stanley trading floor, now to the NASDAQ. What is the latest here?
Well, the shares are up about 25%, Frank. And just to take a step back, this is the largest IPO of all time, and by threefold the largest IPO ever listed in the U.S., the previous record holder being Alibaba in 2014, which raised $25 billion. So this was 3 times what Alibaba raised, and yet you can see the performance there up about 25%. Rule of thumb is 10 to, say, 30% higher on the first day of trading signifies a really good IPO because you let people who bought in an allocation generate some at least paper gains, depending on whether or not they sold, but then you're not leaving too much on the table that you think to yourself, oh, we should have priced this higher. And that kind of goes back to this really unique process, Frank, a lot of which hasn't really been tested before, not to mention tested before at this level and this scale, including the fixed price dynamic. They did not market this IPO at a range. However, they opted for a $135 per share price, and they basically told Wall Street, take it or leave it. Same with retail investors. Do you like the $135 price? If not, we'll find someone who did. And clearly they had enough demand at that price level. They felt comfortable. They were able to open the stock for trading much earlier than we've even seen smaller IPOs at a level that had significant volume, largely due to just the overall attention paid for this one. This was seen as the type of deal that you had to have some sort of a view on if you're an investor. And if you didn't, you had to be able to explain yourself, why you decided to get an allocation, why you're buying in the aftermarket today, or why you're passing altogether, just because this is such a large company. It's a large proportion of U.S. GDP at a $2 trillion valuation. So this is something that if you are a professional money manager or even a retail investor, which makes up a large proportion of the market too, you just had to have some sort of view on, Frank.
Yeah, to your point, Leslie, by the way, Van out with some research right now. Retail buying in SpaceX breaking the record for IPO debut. So a lot of people decided, hey, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to leave it. Our Leslie Picker, live from the NASDAQ market site. Great reporting all day, Leslie.
Thank you.
All right. I want to bring in our all-star panel right now. Speaking of having a take on this company, First Mark Capital's Rick Heitzman, Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington, and Plexo Capital's Lo Tony. Bryn and Lo are CNBC contributors. Great to have all of you guys here. Bryn, I got to start with you. You own SpaceX and a number of funds. I want to get your take on some of the price action that we're seeing and the general sentiment in the market.
Yeah, it's so exciting, by the way. I was like, how is mechanically this going to roll itself out? And to Leslie, in your conversation, it IPO'd early around like 11 o'clock. I'm here in Texas. It seems very orderly, and so it's very exciting. And I will say, being in Texas, this is not a new company. This is an old company, and there are so many millionaire regular people in South Texas today. So I think it is just like a testament to doing hard work, hard things, grinding it out, and just like only in America could this occur. So I think mechanically and for what's happening, especially in South Texas, it's like such a historic day, especially here in Texas.
Yeah, certainly a historic day right here on Wall Street with the biggest IPO ever. Lo, I want to come over to you. Right now we're seeing this stock. It's kind of holding the gains after its debut, up about 25% or so. You're saying that this isn't a rocket company. This isn't a space company. This is an AI infrastructure company. And with that, I want to point out that just based on this valuation, it's trading at about 100 times forward earnings. So high valuation company, do you think that the action, the enthusiasm that we're seeing today continues after today in the debut?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and congratulations to the SpaceX team for building one of the most important private companies and then being able to bring it public. It's a historical milestone. And to me, what stands out is your point that I've been making about the changing nature of software. So for a long time, decades, it was asset light. AI has changed that. And so intelligence requires massive investments in compute power, connectivity, data centers, coordination to buy land for terrestrial. I've been writing about that extensively on LinkedIn. And, to your question, this is a long-term investment because what the SpaceX team is building is a very important intersection of a lot of the bottlenecks that we're seeing. Right now, the vertical integration for companies like Google happens inside of the data center. Elon is looking at the other bottlenecks like energy, land acquisition. And so those are the bottlenecks they're addressing. So yes, this is more than just a rocket company, and it's a very important inflection, being able to have the first fully vertically integrated industrial intelligence company come public.
All right, we're going to get some of those bottleneck issues when it comes to not only AI in general, but specifically to SpaceX in just a moment. I want to get over to Rick Heitzman right here at Post 9.
Yes.
Thank you for waiting patiently.
No problem.
Your take on this and what this could mean for the IPO pipeline. JP Morgan out with a note just a short time ago saying they believe this is going to be the biggest year for IPOs since 2021.
And they haven't been great years for IPOs, but this is going to be. Everybody, the excitement is everywhere. People are excited about IPOs. They're excited about innovation. They're excited about AI. And this is all three of those things. And now that people are making money in this IPO, the IPO is trading up, the buzz is there. I think this is opening the door for companies of all types to go public in the back half of 26.
AI companies? I know you're saying companies of all types. You're saying in the tech space? I want to be clear.
AI companies, you're going to see the big three. You're going to see SpaceX, you're going to see Anthropic, you're going to see OpenAI, but you're also going to see companies like Aura on the wearable side. You're going to see companies like Bending Spoons on consumer subscription. You're going to see companies like Discord and communication. So across the board, this is raising the profile of an IPO, and a lot of people are looking at Elon as the penultimate entrepreneur of the 21st century, and they're saying, if he's doing it, I want to do it. And hopefully those tech entrepreneurs who have quietly and judiciously built these companies over decades are ready to take the jump into the public markets.
I guess when you become the first trillionaire, you are the entrepreneur of the century. I think you can just kind of get the award right there. Bryn, I want to come back over to you. So Rick was kind of talking about it. People are making money from this IPO. I've been speaking to wealth management leaders, private bank leaders from a number of the big banks. They say a lot of their clients, they have a lot of their wealth tied up in SpaceX, and they want some liquidity. What do you think that means for the stock in the next few weeks?
I mean, they're doing the waterfall or the dribble in terms of versus this big just like cliff that they used to do. And so I think between the liquidity being provided by people that were in private shares to also the NASDAQ being a natural buyer, in the next couple weeks, I think the bias is going to be on the upside. I will say though, for investors, I mean, that's trading at 2 trillion right now. I feel like the returns going forward will be linear versus the majority of the returns over the last 15 plus years have been exponential. And so you could have bought this in the private market if you had the opportunity in July of 2025 at 400 billion. So that's close to a 5x. If it goes to 3 trillion, that's 50%. And so I do think investors should dollar cost average if they want to own this name, because I do feel pretty strong the majority of the amazing returns are behind us just because of the law of large numbers. And this is going to take time for all of these great things in space to actually execute on. But it's an exciting day nonetheless.
Can I put a finer point on it, Bryn, specifically for you as a shareholder? When do you take some profits? I was actually just talking to a retail investor that bought some shares through Robinhood. They posted about it. I know the person. They were really excited. So I called them. I said, hey, is this a trade or is it a long-term hold? They said this is a generational hold. They want to actually hold it for their daughter. Yeah. How do you view this company? Is this a long-term hold? Is there a point where you got to take some profit?
Yeah, well, I mean, I bought Tesla at $100 when the market was going crazy because he bought Twitter. And so there was opportunity there, and there's opportunity in these companies. I just think understand this is day one of a public trade, a public stock. IPOs historically have 30 to 50% drawdowns in the first year. There's tons of them, Facebook, Alibaba, Snowflake, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would say dollar cost average, if you wanted to put 10,000, do 30% now, 30% in 2 quarters, and another 33%, et cetera. And so I think if you do want to have a generational hold, I would dollar cost average over the next year into the company.
All right, Lo, I want to come back over to you. So you mentioned some of the bottlenecks when it comes to AI in general. Land, power, a number of things. I want to go to the filing for SpaceX. I thought this was fascinating. They say in part, we don't have any long-term or other material contractual agreements with our direct chip suppliers. Shouldn't that be a bit of a concern that they don't have long-term deals in place to get NVIDIA chips or chips from other companies?
Well, here's what we've noticed within the market. If you really pay attention to how Jensen thinks about allocation of chips, he doesn't allocate them to folks that have a promise or say we're going to build a data center. He provides them typically to the firms that have actually built data centers. And when you look at what the SpaceX team has been able to do, they've been able to do in 100 days in building data centers what it has taken other companies or firms 2 to 3 years. And so that's what Jensen likes to see. He wants to allocate those chips to those firms and companies that are able to actually install the chips and get them up and running. So I don't think that is a massive risk. I mean, when you look at the way that Jensen talks about his relationship with Elon, I think that that handshake agreement and verbal agreement and the past actions can mitigate that risk.
Yeah, it's not like you're alluding to Colossus down there in Tennessee, that mega data center that Elon Musk has constructed. Rick, I want to come back over to you. And I want to kind of bounce off of Bryn's point for a second about potential volatility. Yes. I was talking to Brad Gerstner after he was here on halftime. Scott Wapner doing a great interview with him. We were just kind of chatting, and he said, I wouldn't be surprised to see over the next couple of months SpaceX go up to 200 and then retrace down to 100. He's expecting volatility based on headlines. Is that what other investors should be expecting? Is that what you expect?
Yes, going back to Bryn's point, there's going to be tremendous volatility. We've never seen $2 trillion of liquidity come into a market, and there's going to be other people that will be drawing down to buy into OpenAI, buying into other IPOs. Some people are going to be holding it for the long term. So we should expect that volatility, which will create buying and selling opportunities. And there's also going to be headlines. I mean, some of the headlines, even this week, to Lowe's point of being able to outsource some of your data centers to even hyperscalers like Google and large players like Anthropic, they're going to continue to sign major deals with the government and other places to take advantage of that infrastructure as well as take advantage of the Starlink process. So there's going to be good news coming, but there'll still be drawdown just because of the supply and demand of stock in the market.
Speaking of good news, today, in addition to this IPO, mega IPO, biggest ever, we also got some news from the president and also Iranian officials that they were the closest they've been to a deal that they've ever been, at least since this conflict started. How much of a factor do you think that was in the performance of this IPO today? And on other days when other IPOs, I'm just going to assume we won't have any news of that magnitude.
We won't have the biggest IPO in the history of the world on other days, but
or a ceasefire to a war that's weighing on the global economy.
Exactly. So it's just risk, right? So how much risk could the market absorb? And part of the reason the IPO market's been so soft over the last couple of years was there compounding risk. There was a war in the Middle East. There was a war in the Ukraine. How much risk do we want to absorb, and what does that mean for the greater economy, and whether that's inflation or consumer prices? Now risk is coming off the table. People are willing to lean into some companies that are further out there on the spectrum.
Just to be clear, you don't think this is an outlier. This is a part of just a broader bullish sentiment when it comes to IPOs, and the fact that Elon Musk and space, that doesn't put this in a separate category in your mind.
No, I think this is the beginning. And most of the times when the doors kicked open, the IPO market is a great company. Facebook did it, Google did it. This is a great company that's recapturing people's imagination and opening the doors to a broader market.
All right. Rick, Bryn, Lo, thank you all very much. Huge day, SpaceX IPO. Great to have all three of you here.
Thank you.
All right, the analyst community is starting coverage on SpaceX. And our next guest, well, they just slapped a sell rating on the stock with a 115 price target. Joining me to make the case, CFRA analyst Keith Snyder. Keith, I don't know if you're brave, I don't know if you're crazy. You're definitely a contrarian. Talk me through this. This 115 was based on the idea that of the offering price at 135. Obviously, the stock's moved a lot higher. Are you still holding on to this, that you see a 115 price target, which generally means you think the stock's going to fall to about 115 over the next 12 months?
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I love the story. I love everything about SpaceX in terms of their rocket business, their connectivity business. It's just the AI business is such a wild card right now. And the sell opinion, I mean, I tried to get to the valuations that they were talking about. You know, the 1.77 when they IPO'd, it was a hard pill to swallow even there. And the growth levels that would be required within the AI segment and with premium multiples would simply have to be astronomical, kind of borderline comical. To get to the valuations we're talking about. And now with it trading, around 2.2, I'm doubling down that this is overvalued at its current price. And, a lot of people might just be saying that, hey, I'm a, Elon Musk hater, but that really couldn't be further from the truth. I respect the man. I love what he did with Tesla. I love the story he built with SpaceX and how they built, the three businesses together to really help each other and create a flywheel of growth. But and at the end of the day, the analyst in me can't get to the numbers that they're talking about.
All right, by the way, we're not going to put up your X account. I don't think you have any friends over there right now, Keith. I want to get to your note. You're saying the market's not doing enough to discount execution risk. Now, I think that's pretty interesting. I was just talking to Lo Tony about the fact that in the filing, the company says we don't have any agreements for chips, and basically we're going to buy them on the market. Is that a risk that you're looking at, and what's the other execution risk that you're focused on?
Yeah, so I mean, data center capacity is big. It's an industry-wide trend that finding space and power is becoming increasingly difficult, and XAI certainly isn't immune to that. And so, yes, even if they're purchasing the chips in the open market, I'm not worried about them getting the hardware. I'm worried about them deploying the hardware. And that's really central to their growth story of being able to deploy new capacity, and then within XAI, being able to sign new deals like the one we've seen with Google, the one we've seen with Anthropic. I mean, those really really supported the story, and I'm glad we saw them. It would have been even harder to get to the growth numbers without those announcements. And so the capacity is going to be difficult to build out. And so then also with Starship, I mean, yes, they are currently testing it. They're launching it. The last test had a few anomalies in the first and second stage. And it's really central to their future growth opportunity as well when we're talking Starlink deployments, deployments of AI data centers in space. They need Starship to be operational. And so there are still so many questions that are left unanswered that we're trying to, wrap our head around growth and revenue that is hypothetical right now. And so it's more of a show me story at this point. It's, I hope that they're able to achieve all their ambitions. I mean, I like the company, but I need to see it before we can price that into the stock.
Yeah, definitely there's some hypothetical in there. Asteroid mining is one thing that comes to mind. A lot of people like to talk about. That's we'll see if that ever happens kind of a story. So I want to go back to your rating. Not only is your price target 115, but you have a sell rating. So how do you factor in just the cult of personality around Elon Musk, the fact that people like you are big fans of his? I know you're putting a sell in the stock, but other people, they just believe in him and believe in his vision. How do you just kind of factor that into your notes and your price targets and everything else? Because that's just an X factor that's hard to measure.
Sure. I mean, Elon is very charismatic. No one can deny that. And any company that he touches certainly gets an Elon premium. And, that's an established truth, especially from Tesla. The way I was looking at it is, so my $115 target price would give it an enterprise value of about 1.5 trillion, which even there I was being generous with the revenue growth, with the multiples, and it still arrived at 1.5 trillion. So at the end of the day, I have to value this company based on fundamentals and based on what they have shown within their filings. And so who knows? They could report Q2 numbers that blow every expectation out of the water, and then I will, reevaluate it. But as it sits right now, the growth that they're talking about is nothing more than hypothetical. It's fantasy. I mean, like, if you look at their total market, they said it was 28.5 trillion. I don't know where they're coming up with that number. I mean, I can't get anywhere close to that number. And so we have to value the company based on what we see and not what we necessarily are hoping for.
Keith Snyder, you are a man of conviction. Hey, just stay off X over the weekend, okay? Keith Snyder, thank you very much. Sell rating and a 115 price target on SpaceX. Thank you very much. All right, as we mentioned, there's another big story that we're tracking this hour. It's a potential peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. Our Eamon Javers joins us now from Washington with the very latest on this story. Eamon.
Yeah, Frank, and the very latest is the very latest. Just within the past couple of minutes, we're now getting new reports here from the Iranian foreign minister who's been on social media. He says, or he's telling state TV in Iran, that Iran is the winner of the war with the United States and that Iran has emerged stronger as a result of the war. He goes on to say that a memorandum of understanding has yet to be signed, but that changes are possible to it. Nuclear issues, he says, will be discussed in the later stages of this conversation. He says the end of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, will be announced under this interim deal, and that, except for the claim of victory, of course, matches what we heard from a senior administration official who briefed reporters last hour on the potential deal with Iran that's coming together behind the scenes. Now, the U.S. official said that he would have said a deal was a 70% possibility earlier today, but now puts it at an 85% chance in the next few days. The key point this official wanted to make is that the deal is contingent on the Iranians hitting verified benchmarks and that the regime in Iran only gets economic benefits from it once those benchmarks have been reached. Now, he said, we are not quite at the finish line yet, but we are very close. That said, he suggested there is still a lot of work to do, saying the technical aspects of how exactly the U.S. would take possession of nuclear material in Iran still have to be worked out, given the dangerous and complex nature of that operation. He said that Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz has weakened in recent days, which was one element that shifted the balance of power, he said, toward the U.S. in these talks. And he did say that the Iranians would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. would end its blockade there as part of the deal. He didn't say when that would happen, though. And this senior administration official did not say how much money the U.S. would be giving the Iranians over the course of the deal, Frank. And one question that you've got to ask now, seeing those Iranian claims of victory in the war here, and the U.S. official says we're close but not quite there in terms of signing the deal, do those claims of victory upset any deal-making that's going on here? This is a very fragile thing in the last hours of the negotiations, and you do wonder how Washington's going to react to what we're seeing out of Tehran.
Yeah, a lot of questions remaining. We know how the market's reacting, though. Wall Street very bullish on the idea of a ceasefire happening here. Our Eamon Javers live in D.C. with the very latest. Eamon, thank you very much. Well, we're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Coming up next, SpaceX blasting off, but is it taking investor sentiment along for the ride? Vantage Rock's Avery Sheffield on why the biggest story in space may actually fuel the market's appetite for risk. She's going to join me right here at Post 9. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange, and you are watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Ready to play more and save more? Join Golf Pass today. Now, members get Golf Pass member pricing on select tee times. Look for the member pricing badge on Golf Now for instant savings. More rounds for less money with Golf Pass.
The all-new Morning Call.
I'm Morgan Brennan, and this is your Morning Call.
5 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime.
Get the essential post-market edge.
A very busy overtime.
After-hours action and opportunities.
The economic impact is just beginning.
Closing Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern, CNBC. Now 9 a.m. to noon.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street.
What's moving?
This is unbelievable.
What's breaking?
We are getting some breaking news now out of the Fed.
The biggest guests, the market action.
Right here.
Now 9 a.m. to noon. Squawk on the Street, CNBC.
What made you confident that you could do something that hadn't been done before?
I have no fear of failure.
Trailblazing women changing the game.
One of my favorite pieces of advice, think about what your boss's boss needs. Leadership can look in many, many different forms. It really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Life is short, and you just got to think big to accomplish big things.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. New episodes every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source?
The man said anything.
Any whipped cream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't be shy. A little more.
The CNBC CEO councils are always on my calendar. The opportunity to see this concentration of talent and expertise, really unique.
It's always great just to be around people that do the same thing you do every single day as a CEO, but have it in a completely different industry in a different place.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands now of some CEO Council members.
Jake, what do you take away from Davos?
I think infrastructure is the future, and if you can enable that with technology, it's a pretty powerful combination.
To be able to meet people who can have conversations with about challenges instead of me going out and trying to find 20 people in my network, it's a time savings.
That free discourse, saying what you actually believe, that's what breeds solutions, ideas, and change.
Usually on my flight back, I make notes on what are my top 3 takeaways. I've usually had a list that's longer than 3 things, and I've never been short.
Explore CNBC Council's memberships at cnbccouncils.com/success.
And welcome back to Closing Bell. We are getting some news on Roku. Our Julia Borston has the latest.
Frank, Roku shares shooting higher on a report that the streaming video platform is in talks to sell itself. This according to a Bloomberg report, which says that the company has been in discussions with at least one U.S.-based media company about a potential combination. We have reached out to Roku, have not heard back yet, but there has been speculation for some time that Roku could be a good partner as a video platform to one of the other media companies amidst this period of consolidation we're in right now. Roku shares now up over 20%. Frank, we'll let you know if we hear back from the company. Back over to you.
All right, Julia Borston with the very latest on Roku. Another check on the big story of the day, of course, that's SpaceX, up about 22% in this debut, but the broader market is also up. It's kind of holding in the green today. Let's talk about all of this now with Vantage Rock CIO and Senior Portfolio Manager Avery Sheffield right here with me at Post 9. So we got the debut of SpaceX today, went off really well. I think everybody's saying it's kind of priced to perfection. You're seeing the stock move up more than 20% higher. The market's also in the green, getting some help from the potential ceasefire at least in a small part. What do you think this means for market sentiment in general, not only today, but going forward?
Right. Well, I mean, I think it clearly speaks to the positive market sentiment, to investors' excitement about dreams about innovation, technology, the future, Elon Musk in particular, and his vision. So I think that's all very positive. And I think really from here, the question is going to be, as the SpaceX headlines fade, even if the IPO continues to be very successful, what do investors focus on next? And I'm guessing that they're going to really be focused on AI. And so I think that the debate around the future of AI is probably going to determine the trajectory of the market, again, assuming that the ceasefire remains on track. Okay.
I just took a look at the charts since the S1 was filed by SpaceX. If you look at some of the big AI names like a Palantir, it's down more than 5%. I'm looking at the Mag 7 in general. They're down more than 5.5%. In your opinion, did money come from those names to go to SpaceX, or are they down for other reasons?
I think they're actually down for other reasons, yes. So in the software space, I think continues to be this question of the LLMs versus the software providers. Certainly you're speaking about one of the most innovative and leading software providers, but there have been discussions over the past month or two about whether the LLMs can carry out some of their tasks. Then when you talk about the large cloud providers, there's really a question about CapEx. Like, is that CapEx going to generate a real return on investment? So investors are preferring to invest in the companies that are benefiting from that CapEx, those earnings that are here today, rather than a more questionable return later on.
All right. Important to note, this is also unprofitable tech. SpaceX is not profitable. The Starlink business is great, but other parts of the business are kind of losing money, sucking money away from that. At the same time, the valuation estimated is about 100 times forward earnings. The fact that investors are willing to put their money in this, at least today, I know it's the first day.
Yes.
What does that signal about risk longer term and the idea of non-profitable tech maybe being back in vogue?
Well, I think it's certainly in vogue now. It's definitely in vogue now. And the results of this company, whether they're going to be able to grow into the valuation are so far out, it's really easy to have dreams. And so I think the question is going to be for other less profitable tech, and potentially IPOs coming out this year, if they are expected to generate returns sooner, are they able to show a really clear trajectory to that? Because if they're not, I think that they might stumble even if the SpaceX IPO does well.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're saying in SpaceX there's priced in a lot of hopes and dreams. So maybe the money for the hopes and dreams of SpaceX have to come from somewhere else. Is that what you're saying? Other hopes and dreams plays.
I think it's a question of how much people continue to find targets for hopes and dreams that can deliver like Elon Musk. Elon is better at delivering on hopes and dreams than anyone else out there, and other companies might be held to a higher standard in the near term.
A lot of hopes and dreams out there, though. A lot of hopes and dreams out there.
Absolutely.
A lot of people also saying that this big IPO, it could potentially mark maybe a top in this market. JP Morgan out with a note, Kriti Gupta and Abigail Yoder, really interesting stuff here. They say the 25 largest IPOs in history have often accompanied market trends, and 2/3 of them, after their debut, market up 5 to 20%. Is there the potential at least for a similar situation to play out here?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of factors that are signaling that the market might be near a top, but usually a market top only happens once you start to have a draw of liquidity, right? Interest rates go higher, or you need to have, or leverage is too high, and you have to pay off debt, or taxes come due. So right now, interest rates might be peaking if the war is going to be resolved in Iran. From a leverage standpoint, you don't see any mountains of debt coming due anytime soon to derail this. And then from a liquidity factor, I think it's just a question of how many people are looking at these at the runs they've had and just want to lock in gains because it's been so much so soon, and or they have been at these companies and they need to pay taxes on their shares as they come to fruition. So those are those factors, I think, along with, again, potential fundamental questions about AI and token maxing and models like DeepSeek coming out at much lower prices, I think that those dynamics might play more of a role in whether this is a market top. But it's really, you can see that the market is ebullient. You can see that valuations are very high, but knowing when it peaks is much harder. But those are the factors that I would be looking at. And, if those factors do come into fruition, I think you might start to see a rotation into kind of more stable businesses that are less expensive, maybe inflation protected, maybe in the REIT space. I think also, oil field services, if you notice, like global oil field services has actually held up really well, even with the price of oil going down, because you're going to have to rebuild the Middle East. So areas like those, I think you might just start to see money flow into for people to lock in at least some of the gains. But are those enough to derail these stocks? I don't know. I don't know if any of us know.
I think we'll just have to wait and see. To your point, by the way, a number of REITs hitting 52-week and multi-year highs earlier this week ahead of the SpaceX IPO. Avery Sheffield, great to see you. Thank you very much. All right, still ahead here on Closing Bell, SpaceX making market history. Former NASDAQ chairman and CEO Bob Greefield on what success looks like for the largest IPO ever, and I mean ever. He joins us next. Closing Bell's back right after this quick break.
Remember, tilt your tail, twitch your whiskers, and say your mantra.
I am worthy of a par. Now I see why Ask Rory on Golf Pass is so popular. Visualize your next tee time on Golf Now.
What made you confident that you could do something that hadn't been done before?
I have no fear of failure.
Trailblazing women changing the game.
One of my favorite pieces of advice, think about what your boss's boss needs. Leadership can look in many, many different forms. It really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Life is short, and you just got to think big to accomplish big things.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. New episodes every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
The greatest thing about Squawk Box is we get to talk to some of the brightest, some of the smartest, some of the most important people on a daily basis.
This is not just good content. This is good business.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you actually might get some useful information.
Generative AI has the chance to transform every customer experience.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
I'm with Becky. This is the greatest show on earth.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
There's a difference between ambition and greed. Greed is wanting more. Ambition is wanting better. And not just better for yourself, for your family, for your community, for your country. There's no reason to watch CNBC if you're not ambitious, right? If you don't want better insights, better returns. And that's not just financial, though money is a part of it. We're talking about value.
Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime.
Get the essential post-market edge.
A very busy overtime.
After-hours action and opportunities.
The economic impact is just beginning.
Closing Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern, CNBC. The all-new Morning Call.
I'm Morgan Brennan, and this is your Morning Call.
5 a.m. Eastern, CNBC. Now 9 a.m. to noon.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street.
What's moving?
This is unbelievable.
What's breaking?
We are getting some breaking news now out of the Fed.
The biggest guests, the market action.
Right here.
Now 9 a.m. to noon. Squawk on the Street, CNBC.
Only the ServiceNow AI Control Tower lets you see all your AI in one place.
I'm tracking all our AI agents, HR, IT, customer service.
You've got your eye on all your AI. I rap too.
So many talents.
Are you one of the millions surprised by rising prices? Well, AT&T just raised your rates. You have rights. Bring your phone to T-Mobile and they'll give you $400 when you switch. Plus, get T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee on their experience plans. I guarantee you won't look back. How?
Become a smarter investor with CNBC Pro. Subscriber-only content from Wall Street pros like Josh Brown.
You're going to love the best stocks in the market list.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Privacy. Wait, a lot of AI companies talk about the challenge, but the normal person wants to know, how's this going to impact me and my job?
We want to aggressively push forward on an affordability agenda, but there should be room to find some common ground to actually solve these problems.
and save more? Golf Pass just added an exciting member benefit. Golf Pass member pricing on select tee times. When booking on Golf Now, just look for the member pricing badge. The discount is automatically applied. No promo codes, no extra steps. Just more rounds for less money. That's in addition to Hot Deals promo codes, waived booking fees, and more. Join Golf Pass Plus now to start playing more and saving more.
Now 9 a.m. to noon.
Welcome to Squawk on the Street.
What's moving?
This is unbelievable.
What's breaking?
We are getting some breaking news now out of the Fed.
The biggest guests, the market action.
Right here.
Now 9 a.m. to noon. Squawk on the Street, CNBC.
I love the story. I love the drama that is business. A great interview is when you can get the subject to tell you something that you never expected, that you never imagined. My ambition is to help the viewer connect the dots, to understand the context so that we, all of us, oh, I love what I do. I can't imagine doing anything else. Drama that is business.
One of my favorite pieces of advice:
think big to accomplish big things.
Have no fear of failure.
it really does come down to just trusting yourself.
Julia Borston hosts CNBC Changemakers and Power Players. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime.
Get the essential post-market edge.
A very busy overtime.
After-hours action and opportunities.
The economic impact is just beginning.
Closing Bell Overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern, CNBC. 1 hour of added insight every morning doesn't just add up, it compounds. 1 extra hour every morning delivers exponential value and a pure investing advantage. That's the compounding edge. The all-new Morning Call.
I'm Morgan Brennan, and this is your Morning Call.
5 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with
To get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Only the ServiceNow AI platform makes all your tech work together. Any system, any workflow.
Any AI?
Yeah.
Any cloud?
Yes.
Any data source?
The man said anything.
Any whipped cream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be shy. Little more.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
Have fun with Lizzie this summer.
Doors connect us to what's important. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll help you build a personalized investment strategy. Doors were meant to be open.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Speeds and the colors stay stiff all day. Get 20% off using code TV at colorsandco.com.
It says 150.
And that was the scene at the NASDAQ late this morning as SpaceX made history, becoming the biggest IPO ever. Joining me now is CNBC contributor, former NASDAQ chairman and CEO, Robert Greifeld. Bob, thanks for being here.
Glad to be here today. What a great day.
All right, so you're saying it's a great day. Huge day for the markets in general, biggest IPO ever. I want to ask you, is it a big day specifically for the NASDAQ, the idea that IPO happened there?
Definitely it is. And congratulations to Adina, Nelson, Brad, Jeremy, and the whole team. The largest IPO ever. And when you think about this in a global context, I think NASDAQ uniquely was able to handle an IPO this size. And what a great day.
All right, nice of you to shout out your former colleagues over there. What does this mean more broadly when it comes to things like the triple Qs? Do you think this increases volume, interest, investment into products like that because SpaceX is at the NASDAQ?
I think it does. But the first point I would make is I remember back in 2003 when I joined NASDAQ, we had literally 0 IPOs that year. And Google came public in 2004, and that opened the window. So I think we're in a point in time where the window is open, and we thank SpaceX for that. With respect to the Qs, they'll have a relatively large weighting in it. I think that will be helpful and drive demand for the Qs. But the Qs itself is such a large product that represents such a multi-dimensional part of the industry. So SpaceX is important, but obviously it was very successful with or without SpaceX.
Yeah, it's also important to note that the market itself is just bigger than it has been in previous years. So as big as this IPO is, the market itself is a lot bigger. I want to go to the idea here of the other IPOs that are coming up. You mentioned the window's open. I think you're kind of alluding to Anthropic and OpenAI possibly also listing on the NASDAQ. Now, what would it mean in the same year for the NASDAQ to get all three?
It'd be absolutely wonderful, and I would definitely bet that they will. And I think when you think about SpaceX, this represents a stock that's trading not on fundamentals, because clearly at, call it 100 times revenue, that doesn't quite compute. It's trading on the aspiration of what's possible with the human spirit going forward in time. So you have to have a long-term view of what this company is capable of to buy it today. So in many ways, you can say that this was the most difficult sell for the market, because Anthropic and OpenAI have a more clear and present business model. So I think the window's open. SpaceX has opened it, and you'll see other companies certainly coming through.
Bob, before we let you go, one thing very important to note right now, we're looking at SpaceX. It's up just under 18%. At the start of the hour, it was up about 25% or so. Not uncommon to see a stock change direction a bit in the last hour of trading. But what do you make of this move?
Well, I think you're going to see price discovery happen day by day with this stock. It's such a large offering. There's so much information to digest with it. And I think if you get hung up on the minute or the hour or the day, you're not looking at it the right way. This is a stock you buy not on fundamentals, but on the imagination, what Elon and the human spirit can achieve over a long period of time. To me, he's changed many ways the zeitgeist of the moment, in that I'm involved with conversations now about data centers in space that didn't exist before he filed to go public. And also the fun part is, do you want to move on Mars, right? He wants to have 1 million people in a permanent colony on Mars. I was joking with Carl that he should move there, and maybe Frank, you and Carl could go there together. I personally like living here on Earth, so I have no interest in that. But he's changed the whole spirit of the discussion there. He's smiling. Frank's thinking about it. He might move to Mars. So, I mean, it's really, I think, when you see the markets being criticized for short-term thinking, SpaceX is at the opposite end of the spectrum there. It's long-term thinking. It's imagining what humans are capable of. I think it's just a wonderful set of circumstances.
Well, Bob, thank you for the thought. I don't think CNBC has a bureau on Mars, so I might have to wait a bit.
You can lead it. You can be the first guy. Bob,
human spirit, animal spirits, they're having spirits down in Texas. A lot of people say Nixon 6. I don't know, man. Bob Greifeld, great to have you. Thank you very much.
The Knicks are going to win tomorrow night and wrap it up. That's for sure. Have a good day.
We're going to have to leave it there. Coming up next, from private market legend to public market giant, here with SpaceX President Gwynne Shotwell, toward our very own Morgan Brennan, as the largest IPO ever officially takes flight. Closing bell, back in 2.
Only the ServiceNow AI Control Tower lets you see all your AI in one place.
I'm tracking all our AI agents, HR, IT, customer service.
You've got your eye on all your AI. I rap too.
So many talents.
Rusky, look at this. Are you seeing this? Rusky, I'm an earthbender.
These people are crazy. We're not breaking in. Okay, we're walking into an unlocked house.
Yep, I just peed a little. This job demands sacrifice.
It's all connected.
It's time.
This is my tiny little life now.
Olive Garden's officially having a Calabrian summer, bringing bold flavors that pack a little kick. Like our spicy chicken and peppers rigatoni, starting at $12.99. Hurry in. Just like summer, these dishes won't last.
At
Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Giving my son a needle during an allergic reaction is traumatic for both of us. So we said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy or visit getneffy.com to learn more.
People have instilled the fear of God into women about using powder.
Especially as you get older, because they feel like, oh, it's going to make me look old. But yours is different. And I have used yours, and I'm telling you, the baked, it's what makes the difference.
Learn more at laurageller.com.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I can start right away.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Thursday, July 16th, CNBC Sport and Boardroom join Fanatics Fest for Game Plan. Groundbreaking ideas shaping the future of sports and entertainment. Request your invite at cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
And welcome back to Closing Bell. A historic day for SpaceX. The company's president and COO sitting down exclusively with our own Morgan Brennan. She joins us now with more. Morgan, what a great interview. Saw the tape part from the, Starship, Texas, and even today talking about this IPO. Great stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Frank. Yeah, two parts to the conversation with SpaceX President and COO Gwynne Shotwell over the course of a number of days, including right here today, right before the stock started trading at the NASDAQ. It was another historic launch for SpaceX as that stock rocketed into the public market. SpaceX sits at the convergence of space and AI, and it is, as Shotwell told me, an infrastructure company. But space is hard. For example, that unfortunate explosion of competitor Blue Origin's rocket on the launch pad just 2 weeks ago. So I asked Shotwell what she sees as the biggest risks for the company, both near and long term.
That's a great question. There's not, I don't think there's anything sitting in front of us that I'm super worried about. I don't see any technology or any endeavor that we're looking at doing that I'm afraid we can't do. I don't love crew fly days. Like, those are nerve-wracking. I worry about those, but it's not about the technology. It's just, you can have a random bad day and you really don't want them on those days.
Yeah, and I've heard you have a routine for those launch days, too.
I do, yes.
What is it going to take to ultimately realize and build out this $28.5 trillion TAM that has been identified in your prospectus?
So I think if you think about just people using AI, it's hard to get to those numbers. But if you think about digital humans, you think about humanoid robots, you think about all cars on the planet eventually being full self-drive, they all need AI, compute, and comms, by the way. So all this need for compute on the ground, kind of distributed across the globe, they all need to kind of reach back home. So I'm very excited about the combination of that, plus the need for them to all kind of phone home, because they'll be using Starlink for that.
We talk about the bottleneck that is power when it comes to realizing this AI revolution. Connectivity is just as critical, just as important. You can see all of the conversation, both of the conversations, all of our exclusive content on CNBC.com. Go check it out. Frank, what a milestone, not only for the space industry, but for the markets as well.
I mean, what a day. Biggest IPO ever. Our Morgan Brennan, great interview with the COO of SpaceX. Thank you. All right, coming up next here on Closing Bells, the last moments of SpaceX's historic first day of trading. Shares up just under 19%. We're all over those final moves into the close. Plus, the big money behind its public debut as Elon Musk becomes the world's first trillionaire. That and much more when we take you inside the market zone coming up next.
With
ServiceNow's AI Control Tower, we've got eyes on all our AI in one place.
Yep, I've got total visibility, total security, zero blind spots. Watch it.
Found a blind spot.
Doors bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors.
Can you sign this for me quickly?
She's so ready to take over.
With a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
Honestly, we should have used a condom, but we got distracted.
Honestly, we've been together for a while, so
Getting tested never really crossed my mind.
I know I should get tested for HIV, but honestly, I'm afraid to find out.
Honestly, I should ask him about his HIV status, but what if he gets weird about it?
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help protect their sexual health.
It starts with condoms and getting regularly tested for HIV and other STIs, so you know your status.
And talk honestly with a healthcare provider about your sexual health and all your prevention options.
If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed.
I'm gonna get tested and find out about all my prevention options. Because honestly,
Honestly, our health is worth protecting.
You wanted sugar-free hydration. But for faster hydration, sugar is needed. And you can't just get rid of it and still expect it to work. So we scienced it. An original amino acid allulose blend developed to support faster absorption. No artificial sweeteners, no blood sugar spikes. Liquid IV is the only sugar-free hydration product on the market clinically demonstrated to hydrate faster than water alone. We'll show you our science on liquidiv.com.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I can start right away.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At Ace, no matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Elevate your trading with Power E-Trade Pro.
No matter how you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace.
And we are now in the closing bell Market Zone, and it is all about SpaceX. Capital Wealth Planning's Kevin Simpson is standing by following the blockbuster debut. Oliver Rennick looking ahead to SpaceX options, trading live from the Cboe Global Markets in Chicago. And Robert Frank on the world's first trillionaire. Ollie, we're going to start things off with you and the timeline for those SpaceX options. You and I were actually slacking about this, when these things are going to go live.
Frank, Tuesday, but we are already seeing a lot of excitement and signs that demand is through the roof. Proxy names like EchoStar, AST Space Mobile, and Rocket Lab all had huge runs this week before crashing today. But all options traders want to do is buy the dips. EchoStar, for example, is trading 18 times average volume with calls more than doubling puts, including one trader who spent $1 million on a call spread today buying 1,250 September 115 calls and selling the 150s. A bet EchoStar could rally as much as 35% in 3 months. And it's not just stock proxies. Traders are looking for any way into this name, including perp contracts on blockchain-backed exchanges like Hyperliquid that have been trading for months. And one other sign traders are locked and loaded for SpaceX options. Shares of major options trading brokerages like Robinhood, Schwab, Interactive Brokers are all rallying today as well, Frank.
All right, Oliver Rennick from the Cboe. The SpaceX debut minting the world's first trillionaire. Robert Frank looking inside the wealth of the world's first trillionaire and following the mega money for us. Robert, over to you.
Frank, good to see you. Well, it is official based on the SpaceX share price right now. Elon Musk is worth over $1.1 trillion. His stake in SpaceX now valued at about $850 billion. Tesla actually up today as well, so Elon's Tesla wealth now at around $280 billion. You add them both together, Elon Musk worth, as I just said, $1.1 trillion. That is more than the next 5 richest people in the world combined. He is now worth 7 Warren Buffetts. Also a great day for SpaceX employees and executives. President Gwynne Shotwell, who we just saw there, worth $2 billion now. CFO Brett Johnson worth $1.6 billion. And, of course, thousands of employees in Texas, California, and Florida today officially celebrating becoming billionaires and even centimillionaires. Some of them, Frank.
All right, Robert Frank. Robert, thank you very much. We're now bringing in Capital Wealth Planning's Kevin Simpson. Kevin, great to have you right here at Post 9. Looking at SpaceX, shares up about 19.5% right now. Your view on the debut, are you a buyer?
Yeah, Frank, I know we're going to put this in the portfolio soon. We didn't purchase any shares today. I'd like to see how it trades. Really looking forward to the options trading next Tuesday. But from a broader picture, I mean, SpaceX did exactly what a great IPO is supposed to do. It brought excitement back to the markets. It restored faith in the IPO process. The underwriters did a great job. The stock held up. We're up 20% off of the open into the close. That's absolutely what we want to see. Capital formation, wealth creation, perfect day, perfect IPO.
All right. You're also getting excited about the space trade in general because you made some other moves in the space economy.
We did. In advance of this SpaceX IPO, we added to a Rocket Lab position, which we had, Frank. This was a stock that we sold around 130. I think a lot of people are taking profits in some of these names to free up money for SpaceX. I think to a little bit, limited extent, we are as well. But we picked this up under 105. I like the name. I like the options on it. We're going to diversify into SpaceX over the next couple weeks. Remember, there's going to be some dilutive factor with this as more and more shares come to market over the next 6 months. But I like the stock, and I love the way it traded today.
I want to talk broader markets with you. We talked to Bob Greifeld about this. Does this make the triple Qs more attractive? Does this make other parts of the market less attractive because potentially money could come from those parts into SpaceX?
I think a lot of the positioning has already been done and freed up. I think it does make the triple Qs more attractive. And there's a lot of growth managers who are also closet indexing that. So we're going to see what extent there's demand for SpaceX. But it's a demand that we haven't expected or planned for. And I think it's going to help buoy the stock and hold it up.
All right, Kevin Simpson from Capital Wealth Planning. Thank you very much. Taking a look at SpaceX again, the biggest IPO in history. Opened up at 150. Right now it's trading just above 160. About a 19% gain for SpaceX in its trading debut. A lot of talk about what this week today could mean for the broader market, for the animal spirits back. We're concerned about human spirit back, but we'll have to wait and see. That does it for Closing Bell. Now let's send it over to Overtime with Melissa Liddy.
The bell's bringing an end to an historic trading day at the NYSE. Voyager Technologies ringing the bell. And at the NASDAQ, it's SpaceX doing the honors.